You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.
Hello and welcome to the Buttonbeers Cricket Complex here in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. It's another hot, sunny day, picturesque out there. We talk about what we've seen with the clouds. Think Toy Story wallpaper there. The Morrisville Raptors will take on the Atlanta Fire here today in a game that has a lot of playoff implications on the line. We saw the Baltimore Royals lose earlier today and makes it so they have to win their last 3 games. 2 against the Fire, 1 against the Lightning. And the Fort Lauderdale Lions will be watching this matchup closely, hoping that the Morrisville Raptors will flounder against the defending Southern Division champions and the Atlantic Conference champions. For the Morrisville Raptors, they won the toss. They chose to bat first. And their 11 goes as follows. A couple new faces. Trayvon Griffith, of course, he's no new face up top of the order. A new man in is Utkar Shrivastava, the under-19, who is part of that USA under-19 team that represented in Canada and has now moved on to Sri Lanka for the under-19 World Cup. He's replacing Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy. After him, you look at Ryan Wiggins, of course, back into the 11. Hansard Hamilton will be keeping wicket once again. Dane Pete, the captain, will be bowling that off-spin another day in a row. Franklin Clement comes into the team today in place of Abhidam Bolasetti, who's still dealing with that leg injury, trying to treat that as the weeks continue. The under-21, Rohan Fudke, rounding that out. Then Evroy Dyer, also in the 11. You look at Aditya Badala, who was also listed as an under-21 today. And you talk about Kartiki Jagadish, who will be spinning the ball from the right-hand side, the leg spinner. And then Renard Leverage comes into the team today as well for Ansh Rai. That needed some pace. They turned to a new man to make his minor league debut. For the Atlanta Fire, pretty similar team to what we've seen so far from them, but one big man out of this 11. We'll talk about Aaron Jones and Kanar Lewis in the team. Nasir Hussain, Jamar Hamilton, Obis Pinar, Corne Dry. Rounding out the experience, Emilio Ponzo as well will come into the side. Ishan Sharma comes in as an under-21. Atindra Subramanian comes in as the under-19. Then Jeremy Gordon, Jay Pathak. And then we talk about Rishi Pandey. But the man who's come out was Zain Zayed, is what we were talking about earlier. He's out of the team today. So an interesting 11 being told up front for the Atlanta Fire. We'll get to see the likes of Corne Dry and Jeremy Gordon early on. Okay, we should have a mouth-watering affair here in just a couple of minutes' time here. A minute to go till we get to the start of our match. Again, the Morrisville Raptors needing a win here to keep themselves in playoff hopes with the loss from the Fort Lauderdale Lions. And it's a whole vibe out here at the Buttonbeers Cricket Complex. It's a beautiful day, and we got the DJ coming out, food. People are barbecuing over to my right. There's food coming in left and right. Very exciting times. And just a couple of updates. Ishan Sharma, he's not in the team today. He will not be present in that 11. Jay Pathak makes his way in. But also, we'll talk about the match delayed by 15 minutes here at the Buttonbeers Cricket Complex, set to start at 2:45 rather than 2:30. So again, we'll keep bringing you updates, but it's a whole vibe. Join us here. Get your Lakshmi foods. Go ahead, refuel with some Sunoco. It's time for the 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. So welcome back here to the Bunneviers Cricket Complex here in beautiful sunny Atlanta, Georgia. It's an absolute scorcher today, and the umpires start to make their way out into the middle with this affair that has plenty of playoff implications on the line between the Morrisville Raptors and the Atlanta Fire. Already mentioned the Raptors. They won the toss, elected to bat first. So we get to see their exploits with the bat with a changed opening pair. One that'll feature Trayvon Griffith and Utkarsh Srivastava, the under-19, as he makes his minor league debut today. I'm Om Patel. Joining me in the booth today, Shwetan Srinivasan. How are you doing today, Shwetan?
I'm good, Aman. I'm sure you tried to call me Srivastava. I think that's the name. That's a better name in business today, I'm sure. Utkarsh Srivastava, what a moment it is for this youngster to make a debut. Just coming fresh off assisting the U.S. under-19 national team to qualify for the World Cup. And almost immediately gets his chance to make his debut and a name for himself at the next level. This is Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, and he will be opening the batting with Trayvon Griffith. There are some changes in the lineup. Ansh Rai misses out today. They handed him a debut, another under-17 player. And today it's the turn for Utkarsh.
Yeah, we've gone through the 11s so far today. Changes for the Atlanta Fire. You talk about Zain Zayed misses out today in favor of Jay Patak. As you see the Fire there on your screen, this is a formidable attack here. And the bowling will be led by Corney Dry, Jeremy Gordon, and plenty of spinners to come as well. Talk about the big bats of Kennar Lewis and Aaron Jones and Jamar Hamilton in the back end, Obis Pinar. Plenty of options. This Fire side looks to be another one that's favored in this Southern Division and the entire Atlantic Conference. But they would tell you, and I've spoke to Rishi Pandey, the under-19, and he's just felt that this team has not played their best yet, and they know that. But they also say, look, we haven't played our best, but we're still winning cricket games, and that's all that matters. And so they're just looking to get on to the right foot. And if they could do it against the Morrisville Raptors, they could almost secure themselves a spot in the playoffs, as the two Atlanta sides are the two tops in the table at the moment. And the Raptors, with that loss for the for that loss for the Baltimore Royals, are in position to go get third place. Corney Dry, the man on your screen, he'll start off with the new ball. His record speaks for itself. Major League Cricket is a member of the Los Angeles Knight Riders, one of the top 5 wicket takers in last season of minor league cricket. And he'll start things off to the left-handed Trayvon Griffith, who has 2 50s in 4 innings, had a 40 in yesterday's close win. We need to put together a big innings, and the Raptors know they need big bats early on.
Yeah, the Raptors would be hoping that the Atlanta Fire, even if they start firing together as they can, do that one game later. If there's any advantage for the Raptors, they won the toss and chosen to bat first. These pitches here at the Atlanta Paramvis have not been high scoring, so the hope for them would be to put a decent score. They did give a run for the Atlanta Fire's money a couple of days ago on this very surface, so they'd be hoping that. And here we go. The first ball of this inning, Trayvon Griffith facing Corney Dry. Back of length, just tucks it towards the cover region. A dot ball to start the proceedings.
Yeah, and for Corney Dry, he operates at a good length. We saw in his last game on this surface an economy of 1.67 through 3 overs, and really took it to the Fort Lauderdale Lions and made life uncomfortable for Tejnarayan Chandrapal and company. Corney Dry looked to do something similar to Trayvon Griffith with a slip in place. Down the track and nowhere to go, high on the bats. And again, Trayvon Griffith has to balance his attacking nature with needing to stay in and support and keep pressure off the young man at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, he'll be somebody who'll be looking to score some big runs in the power play. That's his nature of play, always trying to attack the bowler, not letting them settle down, make use of the fielding restrictions, and get off to a flyer in most of the games that he plays.
Digs it in again, hits Trayvon Griffith, goes straight to him, does Jamar Hamilton, just to check if he's okay. That was a nasty bouncer. It's good bowling, and glad to see Trayvon Griffith up in a hurry.
Yeah, what a response from Dry there. The previous delivery, he pitched it slightly up. Trevor Griffith trying to hit him towards the mid-wicket region. He was winding up. He missed that one, and then Corny Dry says, I am still a fast bowler who can produce a fiery spell. Comes, digs it into the surface, gets some good perches there.
Yeah,
Does some damage to Trevor Griffith. Little bit of stoppage in play while players and the umpires are checking his injury. Hope there's nothing.
Yeah, so cautious with the concussions and modern day cricket. Always good to see. Just getting some water and getting him checked out. You see them moving the arms up and down. Just make sure he has complete control over all of his facilities. We've seen things like this happen throughout sports, whether it is cricket or even talk about DeMar Hamilton and the Buffalo Bills in the National Football League. And so never want to see something like that take place. And so good to see Trayvon Griffith up and on his feet. Looks ready to go, sharp as ever.
Yeah, the support staff off the field, and that's good news. Trevin seems to be in good shape to face the next delivery. It's going to be a nice contest here. Trevin looking to attack, and Connie Dry trying to bowl some fearsome spell.
Yeah, this is patented from Cornet Dry. Hits the deck hard, even with the newer ball, and on this surface where there's no sideways movement. It's a surface that'll suit bowlers like him and his partner Jeremy Gordon from the other end. Looks to pull again that bouncer. Really nowhere for Trayvon Griffith to go. It's a good start for Cornet Dry, making things uncomfortable for the batters, and will bring upon the start of a career in minor league cricket for Utkarsh Srivastava, sent in to open the batting today for the Morrisville Raptors. This young man comes with already such a name in the local league in North Carolina, has already done his country proud at the under-19 level, and now he'll see what he can do for his hometown side.
He'll definitely be nerves. He's a youngster who's a very confident player. He's done well in different age group cricket, done exceedingly well in the local adult league, like Aman was just saying. But this is another moment, another a test at just the age of 16. He'll be up to the challenge. There'll be some butterflies in the stomach, as they call it. But I'm sure, having seen him quite often, he will be very prepared for this challenge.
Here we go. First delivery for Srivastava. In the air, down the leg side. His first runs straight away for Utkarsh in the beginning of his career, and you could hear the applause from the dugout. They're excited for the young man as he gets his first runs in minor league cricket.
And that was well played. He just went back and placed it in the vacant area. It was uppish, but was safe. Gets him 2 runs.
Yeah, again, Cornet Dry, so good with the ball in hand. So it's going to be such a challenge for Utkarsh Srivastava. But he would have seen a lot of Dry through the Atlanta Fire over the past 2 seasons. This one gets out of the way quickly. It's fiery here from Cornet Dry in this first over. That'll close things off in the first over. 3 without loss.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, from one big quick to the next here in this minor league cricket championship, it's Jeremy Gordon, the man who's represented Canada at the highest level. He was another one of those pacers who were so good for the Fire in their win against the Fort Lauderdale Lions. Had a steaming opening spell, partnered with Cornet Dry. We'll do so once again. And I'll start off to Trayvon Griffith. And and pulls out of it to start things off. And Gordon has that natural arm angle back into the left-hander, something to watch for. If you remember one of the highlights from 2021 in my book, the one that really sticks out was the way he dismissed Stephen Taylor right here in Atlanta, the in-swinging Yorkers with, and you were in Atlanta for that, for those series of matches when the Morrisville side was down there. Really a standout moment, but he's since gone to more length deliveries, and he's been hard to put away, both opening and in the death. Back of a length again, starts off well.
Yeah, probably lost a couple of yards of pace from what I saw. I've just seen one or two deliveries here, so it's too early. And again, the bowlers tend to pick up their rhythm and start bowling faster as they, get used to the conditions. The body warms up. He's a strike bowler. He's definitely a strike bowler. I've seen him bowl some really, really fiery spells. And he'd be looking to get some early wickets, especially that of Trevin Griffith.
Fuller in length and punished. Trayvon Griffith was never going to miss out on something that full and that wide, and that's a huge 6 silver cover and the first boundary for the Morrisville Raptors.
A clean strike, that one from Trevin Griffith. The ball pitched up, angled across. Trevin Griffith goes on his knees, hits that beautifully over cover, and the ball goes sailing into the crowd for a beautiful 6.
Yeah, brilliant maximum. That takes a lot of the pressure out of the over as well after a 3-run over from Cornet Dry. To get that boundary away, that big shot, just would ease that tension. Wow, what a delivery that is. You're talking about maybe losing some yards of pace, this time bouncing well over the head, but it's a no ball. It is a no ball given. I think he might have just overstepped on that occasion, Jeremy Gordon. Yeah, that's what the umpire is signaling. So Trayvon Griffith never needs that free license. He has it here.
Yeah, typical fast bowler's reaction to a batter hitting him for a comfortable 6. Puts that extra effort, and in the process oversteps a little bit. And that again puts Trevin Griffith at some advantage.
Turns back Gordon for the free hit ball.
Yeah, clearly not ready there, Trevin Griffith. Gordon was almost halfway into his run-up when he lifted his head and rightfully pulls off from taking strike. So the free hit's still on offer. Trevin Griffith will be looking to maximize this opportunity.
Yeah, no fielders deep down the ground. So if Gordon does get full, he will be punished. So make sure to stay on a length here. Gets full, bowls him, but it won't matter. And they'll sneak off for a run. That's good running from the Morrisville Raptors. And young Utkarsh Srivastava seizing the moment there. Again, the free hit enacted. You can run off the stumps, and Srivastava does so.
Yeah, that's something I never can accept as a wicketkeeper. The laws need to be properly defined. Goes down as a bye, unfortunately, and the keeper hasn't been involved at all. That's something that people watching at the highest level need to rethink. Poor wicketkeepers. But again, Utkarsh Srivastava just up to the occasion, seizes the opportunity. The ball flying off of the stumps to the vacant area, quickly runs across and makes sure that he gets that 1 run.
Yeah, and I had a conversation with Brian Walters down in the USA Women's Nationals just a couple of weeks ago, and he said this is something he doesn't like. He wants the loss to be rewritten in another way where you can't run off a ball on the stumps. He feels you're hurting the fielding side. Even on direct hits, feels like you shouldn't be able to run there. You're hurting the fielding side for doing something right.
Yeah, I have a slightly different opinion there, mainly because it was a penalty for the no ball that the bowler bowled anyways. So if he hits the stumps and the batsmen get through for runs, it is fine in my opinion. But again, these are new laws, the free hit. These things have come into existence only in the last few years in cricket. Always opportunity to review and revise.
Absolutely. Srivastava met with a snorter of a delivery. He's met with a couple of those already. Fuller in length beats him all the way through. That's good from Jeremy Gordon and the ex-Canadian national. He just pulled the length back, made things tough, and Griffith wants a word with the youngster.
Yeah, this is not the kind of pace that he'd have faced in his youth level of cricket, nor in his adult league cricket in the local community. So he just needs to get used to it. It's going to take some time. He's got the technique to face, but the faster legs and hands will be something that he will acquire as he plays more and more of these games.
Pushes it down the ground. He'll pick up one. This is good from the young man. Needs to do more of this, the Morrisville Raptors. It'll close out the second over, 12 without loss.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
Cornet Dry will bowl his second over here. Just gave up 3 in his first. He's operating on a hard length. And will be operating again to the young Utkarsh Srivastava. And bounced him his first go around after he squeezed him through square leg for a run. Again, back of a length, but well dealt with from Srivastava. Doesn't look out of place here, Shwethan.
Absolutely not. He's technically pretty sound. So when you're technically good, it's just a question of getting used to the pace, which, as I said earlier, he will get used to as he plays more and more deliveries. He's looking very organized, trying to get behind the ball pretty comfortably, and the sound of the bat is really good. It's just a question of timing it, and I'm sure he's waiting for some of those loose deliveries. He's absolutely looking in place so far.
Looks in place with that shot. How about this? The young man steps across and takes Cornet Dry over fine leg for 6 runs. That's not a shot of someone who's making a debut. That's a shot of someone who's ready for minor league cricket.
Absolutely. Cornet Dry bouncing it into the surface. And Utkarsh Srivastava just shuffles a little bit, as you can see there. Just shuffles and puts it behind the square leg area, goes deep into the woods in the fine leg area. It's going to take some getting that delivery, that ball.
One of the biggest sixes we've seen throughout our couple of days here in the Buttonville Cricket Complex. Just use the pace of Cornet Dry. Rather expected that length. And with the height of the young man, just had to help it over the top of the infield. This is good. The Raptors have struggled with that opening pair as of late. Instead of Utkarsh Srivastava scoring some runs early, would give not only Trayvon Griffith, but his captain, Dane Pete, back in the dugout, a lot of confidence.
Absolutely. You have the Fires thinking, Cornet Dry having a conversation with his think tank, and that's something to cheer about. A 16-year-old kid. As I said, he absolutely looks in place, Utkarsh Srivastava.
On the legs, away from the fielder. We'll pick up a couple of more runs. We'll hold up in the outfield. But Srivastava is making some noise here at this Buttonville Cricket Complex.
This is brilliant. The bowler goes full on the occasion. Utkarsh Srivastava equal to the task. Not hanging back on the back foot. Drives it towards mid-wicket on a brilliant outfield. That would have been 4 runs. Right from the center of the bat, that one, and into the gap. If not for the heavy outfield, it was 4 runs for the taking.
Yeah, Cornet Dry stopped for a moment because it was in the air, but it was well moved away from mid-wicket inside the ring. Srivastava looks to be picking gaps well. Again, not hurried by the pace as of yet. Short again. This one beats them through. It'll be 1 for the over, but again, Srivastava not looking to cower underneath it, was looking positive. This is real promising signs from the young man.
Yeah, the adrenaline is slowly starting to take over. The 6 and the shot that he played of the next ball for 2 runs, I'm sure has got his adrenaline going, and he's trying a little too much probably. But the ball was there to hit. It was back of length, short in fact, and Utkarsh trying to hit that over the mid-wicket fielder, but just missing it.
Slower ball. Well done by short of wicket. Good response from Cornet Dry after being hit for a couple of runs to plug up some of those scoring areas for Utkarsh Srivastava. Would have a delivery left to go, but this is good from the youngster. He's making the big, experienced South African quick delve into his bag of tricks much earlier than he would have liked to.
Absolutely. It's got a cricketer of repertoire thinking, and that's big news for the young cricketer and the Morrisville Raptors.
Last delivery here of the third over. Well bowled. That's really well bowled for all the theatrics of the over. It's a good way to close it for the Fire, but the Raptors, they'll be happy with that. 3 overs gone, 20 without loss. Well, Trayvon Griffith just saw his partner at the other end, Shrivastava, hit a couple of lusty blows. And will take some pressure off him as Gordon comes back in for a second over. Pulled. Shrivastava gets one through the leg side. Now it's Trayvon Griffith through the leg side. Exchanging blows here are the Morrisville Raptors, and they pick up 6 more.
Beautiful shot, that one from Trayvon Griffith. Short of length, rocks back, pulls it deep into the fence for a 6. So 2 sixes coming off back-to-back overs. I have to say that it's a much better start than yesterday for the Raptors in the power play so far.
Yeah, Dane Pete must have known what he was doing. Win the toss, choosing to bat first, probably thinking that the pitch will just open up, some cracks maybe will form. But I do also think there's just, they went pace on, and the batters have seemed to enjoy the pace on the ball. Maybe could bring about an early spinner, and Emilio Ponzo and Nasser Hussain, that time will only tell, but these two much more positive, and they're batting in a tandem. Trayvon Griffith, it felt like the past couple of days, had to bat by himself at times. Now he feels like he's got a partner who's doing some scoring, and both of them now in double digits with those couple boundaries.
Yeah, feeding off each other. Trayvon Griffith and Utkarsh Srivastava. This is probably one of the best starts that the Raptors have had all season.
Yeah, especially as of late here in Atlanta. These two have really piled on the runs so far, but Jeremy Gordon, he's known for what he can do post being hit. Deep backward square, deep third man. Back of length again, off the body again, 4 runs again for the Morrisville Raptors. I think there was bat involved, yeah, got just enough of it, pushed it over the top of Jamar Hamilton, and he'll pick up 4 more.
Yeah, just like the last time, after being hit for a 6, bowling with aggression, bouncing it, the ball just climbing on to Trayvon Griffith, who's trying to evade that one, hits his glove and flies through over the wicketkeeper for 4 runs.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here. It was not a bad delivery there from Jeremy Gordon, just enough from Trayvon Griffith, who just maybe got a touch fortunate there, but when the momentum's going in either direction, just continues to find you. They move to 30 now here in the 4th over. A dream start for Dane Pete and company. The Atlanta Fire are going to want to find their way amongst the wickets now. Loses the ball, seems in his hand. Still juggling around. Jeremy Gordon maybe has another career left in the tank with that juggling act there as he's running through. But again, the first time we've seen real pressure been put on the opening bowling of the Atlanta Fire. And I'm intrigued to see how they respond, how Aaron Jones, who's always so calculative, reacts to this onslaught. Short again. Just over the top of Trayvon Griffith. Umpire says over the top of leg stump. So no wide given Trayvon Griffith. Still in disbelief on that one.
Yes, pretty similar to the first delivery that he bowled, going into the surface. But this one is a little faster than the first one, possibly. And Trayvon Griffith thought that it might be going down the leg side, and to his agony was not called a wide.
Yeah, Gordon has looked to go short. Just wouldn't be surprised to see him try one fuller delivery. Tries it, slows it down as well. It's the bag of tricks we're talking about for all the experience of Gordon and Dry. They would have seen a lot of cricket and wouldn't be too fazed by being hit for some runs.
Yeah, despite a couple of deliveries, it's been a good start for the Raptors. 30 runs on board. Haven't lost a wicket. 2 overs still left in the power play after this one. They'll be looking to get somewhere close to 50 runs at least with the start that they've got so far.
Goes full again. Sent back was Trayvon Griffith. Wisely slow there by Utkarsh Srivastava. Amil Aponzo, not a fielder you're going to want to test at backward point. And nearly saw the tail end of Trayvon Griffith.
Yeah, Trayvon was all into that single, and it takes some guts for a 16-year-old to send your top order important key batsman in the lineup back. Would have been curtains if they had attempted the run there. Utkarsh making the right call and sending Trayvon back.
Oh, Jeremy Gordon trying to escape the over. Does so well. No run following those 2 boundaries, but still a good one for the Morrisville Raptors. 4 overs gone, 30 without loss.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
We talked about the Atlanta Fire might needing to go in a different direction, maybe spin. They're going to keep pace on, but a different flavor. It's a Tindra Subramanian, and it'll be an under-19 battle here, Shwetan.
Yeah, these two have played each other quite a lot. They played together for the South Zone in the under-19 and also were together part of the USA under-19 team that just played in Canada. They know each other very well. Also will feel a little comfortable now at Kashiwa. So not that he wasn't earlier.
No run on offer. This is what Subramanian does with Jamar Hamilton up at the stumps. Bowls all the variation deliveries, keeps everything tight, and just can almost force batters to give him their wicket. And so they're just hoping to see if Srivastava maybe tries something different, tries to be extra ostentatious with the delivery scene from his under-19 counterpart.
Yeah, Tindra on the other hand, far more experienced in this setup. He's been playing for a while for the Fire.
Makes some room, brilliantly plays it through cover. We'll pick up 1. They could come back for 2, and they'll do it in the end. Srivastava has to be quick, and he was, but it's good batting from Srivastava, knowing that Subramanian was going to be around off stump, gave himself some room, and picked out the offside.
Yeah, beautiful running between the wickets as well. Good judgment there. He was calling 2 the moment he hit it, and he, despite the ball holding up a little bit in the outfield, was able to make it back comfortably. Good overall cricket that.
What a delivery that was from Subramanian. Beat the outside edge, almost beat Jamar Hamilton, and again, he just mixes it up so well. It's what's made him such a formidable force in minor league cricket. Playing since the initial season, has always been amongst the wickets and always one of the top wicket takers in the Southern Division, Atindra Subramanian.
He has got his own reputation. Atindra has performed very well for the Fire over last couple of seasons and has been in the 11 in almost every game. I think he's been playing every game.
Made some room again, Srivastava looking to go over covers, but Subramanian, this time the off cutter comes out, just beats the bat of Srivastava.
Yeah, and the good news is the surface looked a lot better than it did in the second game yesterday when the Morrisville Raptors played the Galaxy. Therefore, I do believe that the Morrisville Raptors would be thinking about a score of about 160 or something against this batting attack that they have.
In the air, this should be the first wicket. Subramanian's done well and taken. Never a doubt, once Cornet dry, settled underneath it. a good cameo, a good debut comes to an end for Srivastava. He's going to feel disappointed in that. Just try to take it over the top of the leg side. But again, Subramanian using all of his experience in minor league cricket, slows it down, gets the leading edge, and Cornet Jai takes the catch.
Yeah, Tindra Subramaniam there. Bowling it into the surface. Utkarsh Srivastava trying to shuffle a bit and use that mid-wicket area. Gets a leading edge high in the air, and he knew the moment it went up in the air that this level they don't get dropped. And Cornet Jai settles nicely underneath and grabs that one quite easily.
Yeah, quite easily in the end. Again, Srivastava had a couple of shots. I feel disappointed that he just almost gave it away, if you will, but nothing wrong getting out to a man of Atindra Subramanian's class. It's 32 for 1 with this final delivery coming in the 5th over. Got to bring out Ryan Wiggins, who had a brilliant 40 yesterday. Jamar Hamilton was serving him a little bit from the outside as well, and seems to already be amongst the battle with words here. And that's what he always is, Jamar Hamilton. He's such a character behind the stumps. And for Ryan Scott, we'll have to see out both Atindra Subramanian and the heckling from Jamar Hamilton.
Yeah, and this is the main run factory now for the Raptors. These two have been in good form. Both Trevin and Ryan have scored runs in more than a couple of games that the Raptors have played in. And they'll be looking for a long partnership. They had one yesterday. They'll look to have a repeat performance here today.
Good delivery from Subramanian. Starts off well. Just gave up 2 runs and took a wicket in his first over. 5 overs gone. 32 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Spin now in the form of Nasser Hussain. The right arm off spinner will come on against the left-hander, Trayvon Griffith. Starts off well. Hussain, someone who has international experience. The man from Bangladesh has played some T20 international cricket. So we'll try to use all of that to dismiss the informed batter for the Raptors.
Yeah, the pace of the game can change here with the introduction of spin. Got to wait and see.
Down the ground, down the ground. That's well struck from Trayvon Griffith. It'll be another 6 runs for him, bigger and better than the rest. And the introduction to spin has only led to another boundary.
Pitching it slightly up there. Trayvon Griffith goes across, but gets under that delivery. Hits it deep again now. Over the perimeter of the Atlanta cricket fields. A big 6, that one. Trayvon Griffith not stopping for anything.
Yes. Again, we've seen some of the bigger 6s here in today's game at the Buttonveers Cricket Complex, and Cornet Jai and company set out to go find that ball. Ball being brought in from Harsh Kandor, the match manager today. He's done a lot of hard work to get this Labor Day weekend of minor league cricket underway. 38 matches being brought to you all over the country from sea to sea, and it's brilliant to see this all over the country. It's the beauty of minor league cricket happening in all phases, and Shwetan, a lot more cricket, not just minor league.
Absolutely. There is the USA Nationals under 15 cricket going on. The best of the talent from across the country at an under 15 level competing in the championship. The talent and the amount of effort that the kids have put in is on display. And it's been brilliant. This is the third day. The championship will be held, the finals will be held tomorrow. And the finalists are not yet decided. That tells you that the competition has been fearsome.
Fearsome is Trayvon Griffith at the moment. This time goes over covers and will fetch another boundary to his name. Umpire still awaiting official word for it. Did it go all the way or was it a one bounce four? Still no signal, but it still runs for the Morrisville Raptors. 6 of them. Trayvon Griffith.
Brilliant is the word. Once again, going a little too fuller. Trayvon Griffith had the width and the length. Gets under that one. This time over cover. All the way it was a lot flatter than any of his previous sixes, but it crosses the rope with ease. 2 back-to-back sixes for Trayvon Griffith.
Yeah, brilliant for Trayvon Griffith, and they'll keep the scoreboard ticking. Moves into the 40s against Nasser Hussein, who has not gotten off to start he would have wanted. Better pull the length back, and I think that's what's troubling the spinners for the Baltimore Royals. They were just too full. This time pulls the length back. We've seen a little two-faced nature of the wicket if you can be on a length. Looks to sweep again. You see how this one just stuck in the wicket. There is that ability there to stick in the wicket if you just pull the length back. So that's where you're going to want to operate if you're a spinner on this wicket.
Yeah, I was predetermined with that one. I thought Trayvon was trying to sweep that one even before it was delivered against the turn.
Does well. That one staying low. And Trayvon Griffith does well to keep it out. A good over for the Morrisville Raptors. A couple of big blows happening in it. The power play is gone. It's 44 for 1. Atindra Subramanian to continue with ball in hand. We'll bowl to Ryan Scott here. Field spread out now. Deep covers, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Run through third man. Just be a single out there for Ryan Scott. Ryan Scott playing on another ground and another conference in minor league cricket, but it's great to see all of these guys playing in minor league cricket. I didn't see Ryan Wiggins last season, and Ryan Scott, it was in Michigan last year, now in the Eastern Division, playing for the Philadelphians, and it's been a real sensation opening the batting up north. And speaking of minor league cricket happening, not just Labor Day weekend, but it's a party in Philly. Philly Cricket Festival happened yesterday, and we'll be going throughout today as well.
Trayvon Griffith on strike to Atindra Subramanian for the first time. Tapped it towards the offside. A little bit of a confusion in the field. Not gathering it cleanly. Still no run given. So it's a good power play for the Morrisville Raptors, I would say. They got about 44 runs in the power play. Lost the wicket of the youngster Utkarsh Srivastava. They'll be happy about the number of runs they got, wouldn't they, Aman?
Yeah, absolutely. Pair that with just one wicket down. Has an ability now to really take the runs to another level. A single here for Trayvon Griffith. He'll want 2. Ryan Wiggins willing. And they'll get back in the end as well. Good running from the 2 Raptors batsmen in the middle.
Yeah, running between the wickets was very, very good yesterday when these two were batting against the Orlando Galaxy's bowling attack, the fielding attack. They continue to run well today.
Yeah, going to be key because even though we've seen the pitch hold up a little bit better and a couple big shots from Trayvon Griffith, you still want to make sure you're getting those singles everywhere else, especially to the likes of Athinda Subramanian. That's what Trayvon Griffith's done so far.
Yeah, what's brilliant to see is the way Atindra is bowling. He's bowling into the surface. He's using some variations. Trevin's absolutely looking to murder him, but is not giving anything away. He's not getting anything to hit. He's eyeing the deep mid-wicket area. There's a huge gap between the deep mid-wicket and the long-on fielders. So he's eyeing that one, but is not giving it an inch there. That's brilliant from the youngster.
Yeah, that's why he's been so highly coveted, why he's just made an impact everywhere he's been. And again, just keeping Ryan Wiggins at bay as well. There's just no room on offer when Atindra Subramanian's bowling.
Yeah, and the length's been pretty consistent as well. He's not bowled a single delivery up to the batsman, and he knows that at his pace, if he bowls it under the nose of Ryan Wiggins, he can hit him long and out of the park. And he's not doing that. And that takes some control. Speaks volumes of his ability.
Down the leg side that time. You talk about control, but didn't lead to anything else. Damar Hamilton does well with the gloves behind the stumps. So commentators curse for you, Shweta.
Yeah, again, Atindra was trying to attack the stumps. He wanted to try and hit those stumps if Ryan played across the line. Just missing the angle a little bit. Still love the bowler.
Yeah, the Atlanta Fire love the bowler as well. That's why he's been a mainstay in this 11. They've made sure they've grown with him. And what a find he is at an under 19 slot. Look to go into the leg side. Missed it altogether. Damar Hamilton, he's made just the most animated motions behind the stumps, but it'll close out a good over from Subramanian. 7 overs gone, 49 for 1. Well, a new man being introduced into the middle. We'll get our first look at Jay Pathak, who's got ball in hand now, and he was brought into the side today for Zain Zayed, giving them another bowling option. And Zayed, who has a century in minor league cricket, but hasn't produced the goods yet this season. Pathak, he's played a couple of matches for the Atlanta Fire, but now gets his way back into the 11 and will be bowling into Trayvon Griffith. And Griffith goes into the leg side. That one's gone a long, long ways. It's a huge 6, backwards a square, and Trayvon Griffith, he's making a name for himself and making sure everyone knows that he's here at the Padamveers Cricket Complex. Just take a second look at this. Got onto a knee early and hit it huge for 6 runs to move the score to 55 for 1 here in the 8th over. Done well here, have the Morrisville Raptors, and Trayvon Griffith a big part of that. Well done there from Jay Pathak. Staying just a touch low, good response after being pummeled for that 6 from Trayvon Griffith.
Absolutely. Trevin is not stopping, and the Raptors would hope that he would continue to play the way he's playing. The pitch is looking a lot better, like I said a couple of overs ago. Spin can probably change things a bit.
Just pushes it into the offside, but Emil Ponzo there, backward point. Never wanting to test him and test his arm.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't bring Emilo after the fast bowlers were taken for so many runs.
And just a little bit of distraction. You see Damar Hamilton looking off into the distance, as well as everybody. Police car after police car. That's the most police cars I've ever seen in order, all with the sirens on. That's the holdup in play right now. You can see it there on your screen, that police car there. That's the last of a huge herd of them that's drawn the attention of everybody. But back to the game.
I can only hope that there's no limit on the number of sixes a batsman can hit at the Atlanta Brumbies, and the cops are not summoned for the way Trevin is playing.
Yeah, it was a crazy spectacle that was, but a spectacle is what Trayvon Griffith is doing in the middle as well. He's hit 5 sixes and a 4, moved to 39 from 27. And Ryan Wiggins now, he's on strike, going to look to find some flow. He loved anything with width, so if you're Jay Pathak, keep everything on stumps, follow the Supermanian model, and follow his lead.
I hope everybody is nice and safe around the area. With the number of cars that went, it just didn't look good.
Width on offer, hit down the ground. Will pick up a run there. Ryan Wiggins to keep the scoreboard ticking. Very important as we continue to move through the game that the Raptors do just this. Keep the scoreboard moving in the right direction. Jay Pathak, he's responded well after that initial 6. Just 2 runs to follow.
Yeah, the only way to put that army of cars in context of cricket is a high-speed chase. With the start that the Raptors have got, I do believe that the Atlanta Fire would be up for one tonight.
You know, Swethan, that was a slow burn there. I didn't understand you at first, but it took me a minute. But the Atlanta Fire will need one of those, it feels. Well bowled by Jay Pathak to close out this 8th over. 8 overs gone, 57 for 1.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Spin back into the attack in the form of Nasser Hussain. He's going to have the ball back in hand. Was taken off after Trayvon Griffith hit him for a couple of boundaries, but found a lot of success at this end of the ground against the Fort Lauderdale Lions. Had 2 in his 11th over, which he bowled, that changed the game. Can he find some more wickets here?
If he bowls the same kind of length that he bowled to Trevin in the previous over, which was more fuller, Ryan will be equal to the task. He'll hit him over.
Does go full, inner half of the bat. Mid-wicket gets a hand to it, and Rishi Pandey unable to keep it to no runs, but does well to save any more. But you mentioned the length. He went back to that foolish length there. Ryan Scott missing out. Ryan Wiggins missing out.
Yeah, just because he was going around the wicket, angled it across the right-hander, Ryan Wiggins couldn't make the kind of connection that he usually does for an off-spinner coming over the wicket, I would suppose. Now, back to Trevin Griffith from the other end.
Well bowled. That's really well bowled there by Nasser Hussain. Again, so much international experience, and he'll respond well. Not someone to be held down for a very long time, but neither, it seems, is Trayvon Griffith.
Yeah, pulled the length back a little bit. That did help him.
Pushed into the leg side. We'll pick up 1. They could push for a second. Griffith is quick, but not wanting to test the arm of Obis Pinar, the former Raptor, out in the deep.
Ryan had resigned to the fact that it was only 1 run from the time he took off from the non-striker's end. Trevin had a little bit of a hope, but was all put to rest by Ryan.
Good start to the over for Hussain. Staying low, beats everybody. How low has that stayed? We mentioned the wicket early. And again, there's just a couple of areas in it. It's going to continue to open up as we sit through today's play because the sun's baking on it. It was just sticky earlier because of the moisture, but all that's drifting apart. And now the surface starting to crack open. This one stays up, gets through covers. Pinar has some work to do, keeps it to just one.
That's brilliant outfielding there by Jacobus Pinar, coming across and creating doubts in the runners. They safely decided not to take the arm of the tall South African.
Yeah, we'll see the bat for ball with the left hand. As well as you mentioned, this one pushed into the outfield by Trayvon Griffith. Moves the scoreboard to 60 to close out the ninth over, 61 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Here we go, Jay Pathak to continue. Run through third man. Hussein does well. No run on offer. It's a tricky outfield to field on, especially with the Astro right next to the turf wicket. It just bounces at awkward angles. Hussein did well to keep his hands in front of the ball.
There was a little bit of pace on that delivery. Traven rocking back quickly onto the back foot. Got a nice piece of willow. Cut it back with a point, but with the extra pace, ball going to short thirdman.
Looking for the big swipe. It's come off the pads of Hamilton onto the stumps there, but again, pitch starting to open up, seeing those areas where the ball is going to stay low.
Yeah, and the Raptors would hope that the pitch continues to deteriorate a little bit through the course of the innings. But runs have been dried up by the Atlanta Fire with some good bowling in the last couple of overs.
Pushed into the leg side. They'll find one. Jay Pathak, it's been a good return for him into the Atlanta Fire in minor league cricket. After that initial 6, has just responded at a high level. Yeah, Pathak's been a fixture for the Atlanta Fire for a long time in the squad. Just hasn't really seemed to be able to crack the 11. Would be in there from time to time and is now looking to be a mainstay. You know, he's been itching to go and access the field with ball in hand and get ready to take some wickets. And if you could just take a couple of wickets here, you just change the game for his team. And again, that's what it's all about. You get an opportunity, you want to take advantage of it. Think about what Srivastava did with his little cameo. Will it be enough to keep him in the 11 or not? Pathak doesn't want to leave any of those questions to the Fire management.
Yeah, the 5 fielders outside, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long on, long off, and the sweeper in the cover.
Well bowled, slower ball from Pathak. Again, showing off the range of skills. Trying to show the management, hey, I deserve to be in this team and I should be part of this team in the regular.
He's bowled nicely this over. It's not the first ball was slightly pacey. He's reduced his pace and has been bowling a consistent length. He saw all short pitch and the full length deliveries were all flying out of the park, and he's maintained a consistent length, sort of a Tindra length, I would call it.
Well bowled, pace back on the ball, and it beats Ryan Wiggins. Jamar Hamilton well behind the stumps, but this is a good fight back from Jay Pathak and the Atlanta Fire.
It was very important after the Nasir over from the other end that somebody bowled tight and not give away any boundaries, and Pathak has done a good job so far. He'll hope to close this one out without a boundary or a 6.
Flicked off the hip. We'll pick up one through fine leg. Ryan Wiggins is a good over for Jay Batak. Just a couple of runs coming in it. At the end of 10, it's 63 for 1. Nasser Hussain to continue his third over here in the 11th. A little tight one after switching ends. And look to take and break this partnership that we saw yesterday. Can get explosive. Thought about the big shot early, but opted out of it. Look to cut, just short of Aaron Jones. Got his body in the way. Trayvon Griffith wants to. Gonna test the arm of Kennard Lewis. Not the right end either. Nearly an opportunity for the Fire and Aaron Jones.
Making a little bit of room, Ryan Wiggins trying to rock back and hit that through the cover region. Goes a little bit in the air. Luckily for him, not carrying to the short cover fielder.
Again looking to cut, missing out quicker this time was Nasser Hussain. Can mixes it up so well. Such an experienced campaigner. In the air, away from the fielder. Obus Pinar giving chase. They're going to push for a second. They'll get it in the end. Good batting here from Ryan Wiggins.
Yeah, 2 comfortable runs there. Slightly shorter in length than the previous one. Ryan Wiggins playing a similar sort of shot. Just cuts that one. Goes into the vacant area behind point. Comfortable 2 runs. Not even the best of Obus Pinar could stop that.
Again looking to cut. This time it's the inner edge. It's going to run towards the boundary. Just be 1 out to third man where Jeremy Gordon has made his way back onto the field. Was off for a bit, but good to see him back on and for the Atlanta Fire. Hoping that he can bowl towards the death. 1 delivery left in the 11th. Trayvon Griffith has been kept off strike for some time now. Again, the Raptors would want him to bat pretty long. They added an extra bat today in Franklin Clement just to give them some depth, but they don't just want Griffith to throw away his wicket. He's worked so hard for his innings today. Pushed away there from Trayvon Griffith. Not without some excitement. 11 overs gone, 68 for 1.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Well, Jay Pathak brought into the side today, and he's going to bowl 3 on the trot. Pathak, he's been so good. Just 10 runs in his 10 runs in his 2 overs. And now, in first third, we'll start to Ryan Wiggins. And Wiggins struggling, not getting the width, not getting the bounce that he's looking for. He's looking to slash through the offside, but just hasn't found his connection.
Yeah, Jay's been bowling well, so the skipper there giving him that third over. He doesn't want to stop his rhythm, and if he can get one more out of him with a similar sort of results like his previous two, he'll be delighted. And Ryan's been looking a little edgy. He's been trying to go on the back foot, make some room, cut it towards the point. He hasn't been successful so far.
There you go. That time gets bat on ball, and he'll find the boundary for 4. It was just well too wide from Jay Pathak. That's the key there. And he'll pick up 4 runs, Ryan Wiggins.
Yeah, finally, he's been attempting to play that sort of shot for both the medium pacer as well as the spinner. But on this occasion, got a little bit of extra room, and he middled that one over cover. Couple of bounces between the two fielders in the deep for a wonderful boundary.
Yeah, a good way to ease some of that pressure that was just building from a couple tight overs from the Fire. Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide there from Pathak. Just a little over correction. Well kept by Jamar Hamilton.
Ryan will be kicking himself. That was free boundary on offer down the leg side. He swung hard as he would have ever done in cricket, unable to make the connection.
For Jay Pathak, just doesn't want to get away from what he's been doing so well, operating on that Supermanian length, you called it, Shwethan, and been close to stumps. He's gone away from that last 2 deliveries. Better finds the outside edge. It's going to run towards the boundary. Will hold up. So will be a couple of runs for Ryan Wiggins, but better delivery that from Jay Pathak.
Yeah, for a split second, Ryan there thinking that it'll be 4, because it would have been a 4 on most cricket grounds, not this one. A little heavy also, sort of the elevation, it's getting a little higher towards the boundary, not very level or not dripping. So unable to get that boundary. Gets 2 runs nevertheless.
Look to hit down the ground. Will pick up 1 to long off. Pathak's responded well after that 4 in the wide. He's gone back to a line that just suits him and troubles the batters. When it's been on stumps, it's been hard to play.
He's still not looking too comfortable out there. He's not middling many of the deliveries. He's not lost his wicket. He's not thrown it away. And I think that's what he should be doing. He should just look to play the long innings. He will get his odd boundaries, loose deliveries. He can hit the ball out of the park later on in the innings. Just hang in there, Ryan Wiggins.
Fuller, straighter, good use of the boot there from Jay Pathak. It struck straight down the ground, not as firmly as Griffith would have liked, but saving at least a run there was Jay Pathak.
Yeah, good skills there. Was hit right from the middle of the bat. Jay Pathak had to put his leg out, and he stopped a couple of runs. Had it gone past him, it would have been an easy 2.
Down the leg side, picks up a single to close out this 12th over. At the end of 12, it's 77 for 1. Nasir Hussain will bowl his 4th over here against the Morrisville Raptors. Will look to try to break this partnership, get Trayvon Griffith. That's why they've gone with the off spin and kept Camilo Alponzo off just for that lefty bat. Pushed into the offside, finds 1 through covers, and again, Camilo Alponzo still hasn't been given the ball, and now in the 13th over, it's just a big moment in the game. It's huge that his 4 overs are going to come towards the death.
Yeah, it can work either ways. I'm personally surprised that he hasn't bowled a single over yet, Amila. Towards the death, it can really work either ways, in my opinion. You know, batters looking to attack. He's somebody who gives space on his deliveries, so can go for runs as well.
Outside edge, just over. Jeremy Gordon stationed at third man inside the ring. Will pick up 4 runs. It's another edgy boundary for Ryan Wiggins, but it's a boundary nonetheless.
Ryan Wiggins, they're still not getting the runs in the manner that he would want. Hits it hard, gets the thick outside edge, flies past the fielder, and makes its way to the boundary.
This time, looking to pull. Again, he's just so quick to hop on the back foot, Ryan Wiggins, and is looking to play on the back foot pretty consistently. Hasn't really panned out for him, and that's why the offside field, everyone is through cover point and behind. Again, looking to cut. This time pushed through the offside. Calls for 2 from Trayvon Griffith. He's going to get back. There's never a doubt. Obis Pinar unable to pick it up. Good running from the Raptors.
It's been that sort of wicket. Ryan Wiggins struggling to middle. He's barely middled anything apart from the one boundary that he hit through the cover region. And he's still batting on 23 of 22, more than a run a ball.
Width on offer, but nowhere to go. Straight to backward point where that man, Amila Ponzo, is stationed. Affects the game in so many ways. Amila, much improved bat from last season. And also in the field, he's just a magnet and a black hole, if you will, stationed at backward point. Again, looking to cut, this time in front of square. Picks up a run to close off the 13th over. At the end of 13, it's 85 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Back here at the Padamveers Cricket Complex, Jay Pathak, he's going to bowl out. He's bowled well so far, Jay. Giving up just 19 runs in his 3 overs.
Yeah, just 1 wicket down. The Raptors, 85 at the end of 13 overs. They'll be looking to open up shoulders and score at least 7 runs, 6 to 7 runs per over for the next 4 or 5 overs, and then go big from there on.
Looking to go big was Ryan Wiggins. Finds it through the offside. Hasn't got all of it. Just a couple of runs there as Trayvon Griffith scampers back for 2.
That was excellent running there from Trayvon Griffith. It was wide of the fielder in the long off region. Always looking to go back for that second. Quick arm, but was never going to run himself out. Excellent running, Griffith.
Yeah, and this match, an important one for the Morrisville Raptors and their playoff hopes after the loss of the Baltimore Royals. Again, going through that same area. Ryan Wiggins didn't get quite the connection. Will just lead to 1. But speaking of the playoffs for the Morrisville Raptors, this is a team that is stationed near the top 3 with that Royals loss this morning. It just means that it opens things up for them competing with the Fort Lauderdale Lions. And those 2 teams right now fighting for 3rd. The Royals, what they would have to do to get back into 3rd is they would have to win out all 3 games, meaning they have to beat the Atlanta Fire twice and the Lightning once. Highly improbable, but all kinds of drama as we come to close the season.
Absolutely. Winning this evening against Fire will give them a lot of hope and confidence and self-belief to try and grab that playoff spot. They'll be playing Orlando Galaxy tomorrow, so winning today will give them a good opportunity to win 3 out of 4 games, assuming that they will be in good spirits and will beat the Orlando Galaxy tomorrow.
Again, through that same wide, long off region, just a single on offer. It's been work for, I think, this Romanian in the over, stationed that wide, long off position. But finding ways to milk singles, and Shwethan, you mentioned it, it might now be the time to start to open up the shoulders and swing those bats and try to score the boundaries that haven't come since the power play. Pushed into the offside, quick single on offer. This is a good way to keep the scoreboard ticking for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, Jay Patak has come back nicely in this over. I was surprised that he was given the 4th over after the way he bowled his previous one. The captain sticking with him, and he's done a fine job so far. He's given away 5 runs of 5 deliveries, 1 ball to close out the over in his spell. But if Trevor Griffith, who's been hitting the ball so well at the beginning, is not able to do that right now, tells you a story about the wicket.
Hit into the leg side, in the air, away from the fielders, and it'll be another boundary for the Morrisville Raptors. Make it 6. This time it's for Ryan Wiggins.
Pitch slightly short on that occasion. Ryan Wiggins hits it across the line, but picks the gap. It was a short one between the long on and the deep mid-wicket fielder. 1 bounce into the fence. A much-needed boundary for the Raptors there.
And that'll close out the 14th over. It's 97 for 1. It's a good way for the Raptors to close. Needed a boundary, needed to get themselves back in the mix. And again, the projected score currently 138. They'll be looking to get to that 150 mark and put some pressure on the Atlanta Fire. And that incredible batting lineup that just hasn't quite executed, but still all the names and caliber, the likes of Kenar Lewis, Aaron Jones, Obis Panar, Rishi Pandey, Jamar Hamilton, Nasser Hussain, even Amila Aponzo. The list goes on and on and on. And we'll see pace be reintroduced in the form of Cornet Dry, the big man with number 23 on his back. And he'll be looking to try to break this partnership between Wiggins and Griffith.
Yeah, I think it might work in favor of Ryan Wiggins. He's somebody who's tall and always wants to hit the ball from sort of waist to chest high. Always trying to play that kind of a shot. Force into the offside, slightly short, can go on the leg side as well. It might help him a bit. Sort of bounce that Corny Dry gets. And his stalk length has been that back of length into the body.
Yeah, it's where he likes to operate, big and tall. And again, all this wicket, he can find success there just because of the fact that you're going to talk about a guy, the wicket, that is just a little bit two-faced, deteriorating quite a bit. And again, on this kind of a surface, you can get one to skid through, one to slide. Heard that from Fire and many other players here. Ramped well. Trayvon Griffith shows off the innovation. We'll pick up 4 runs for that. Brilliance from Trayvon Griffith and the Morrisville Raptors.
Absolutely. Pace on. Trayvon Griffith, once again, predetermined, gets under the ball, ramps it over the wicketkeeper's head. Couple of bounces into the fence. A brilliant start to the over for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, Cornet Dry, can't quite believe it. We've seen Utkar Srivastava move over and hit him over the leg side, and now we've seen the man of Trayvon Griffith's caliber do that to bring up the 100 for the Morrisville Raptors. And Cornet Dry just struggling for answers. Tried to go fuller, didn't quite work with a deep third out there.
Yeah, I'm just personally baffled to see that Amila has not bowled a single over yet. Doesn't look like he's injured or anything either.
Staying low that time on on Trayvon Griffith. And speaking of Trayvon Griffith, that ram shot brought up the 50 for the opening batter of the Morrisville Raptors. Is his third 50 in 5 innings. He has a 40 in there as well. He's been so consistent, so good for the Morrisville Raptors, and a reason why they have those 3 wins on the table.
Yeah, I feel like he missed out on that one. That was short of length. All he had to do was get some bat and put it over the mid-wicket fielder. He failed to do that.
Pushed in the air, but stays away from Aaron Jones. Cornet dry. Can't quite believe it. But good bowling, good comeback. Took pace off that time. And again, you mentioned how the previous delivery just didn't rise as much as Griffith wanted. And that's exactly what we're talking about with Cornet dry. The fact that the wicket is a little two-faced, you just get those deliveries that will slide on through. And then there's some that'll stick and skid on. This one run brilliantly to third man. That's going to be 4 runs for Trayvon Griffith. Very intentionally done so there. He's going to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, they call it an educated edge, but I think he opened the face a little bit in the last second, knowing that there's no fielder in the third man area. Gets another boundary in the over. Trayvon Griffith is looking solid today.
Yeah, he's going to continue to move on. Again, we've already talked about 54 runs on the board for Trayvon Griffith. He's been spectacular in his 44 deliveries, 3 4s and 5 6s to the name. And pushes into the offside. We'll pick up 1 there. It's been a really good over for the Morrisville Raptors. They've, again, done the job of getting runs and getting runs off the premier strike bowler. That is Cornet dry. And that'll... Again, for Cornet dry, we'll bring Ryan Wiggins to strike. We'll have a task on his hand as well. Wiggins, someone who likes to be on the back foot and hit through the line. Cornet dry could end up in the slot.
Yeah, the current run rate is 7.1 and the projected score 142. The Raptors with 9 wickets in hand would look to push that up somewhere close to 160, 165.
In the air, taken, simple for Milo Bonzo, stationed at mid-on. Cornet dry, even after all the damage, does exactly what he needed to do, breaks the partnership, and takes the wicket.
Yeah, once again, a little fuller length, but stops on the pitch. Ryan Wiggins checks that shot. Brilliant captaincy, I should say. He was staying long off all the while. The skipper there from Atlanta Fire, bringing him in. And the ball goes straight into his lap. And Ambila Punja grabs that one with absolutely no pressure.
Yeah, Ryan Wiggins has to go. It'll bring out Hanchard Hamilton, who's the new man coming into the middle. And for Hamilton, a clear task here for him to come in and to go hit. And we'll join Trayvon Griffiths. The 2 left-handers on strike, but the team on your screen, the Atlanta Fire, they'll feel good about that, picking up that wicket. Just breaking that partnership and maybe slowing things down for the Morrisville Raptors. If they can do just that, keep it under 150, they feel like they've done a job here. That's what Aaron Jones would be telling his troops there. Out in the middle. But a good way to close out the 15th over. It's 106 for 2. And the Morrisville Raptors, again, looking to accelerate.
Yeah, the Atlanta Fire will be telling each other that there's not a flurry of hard hitters to follow in the Morrisville Raptors lineup. Abhiram Bolicity has been a finisher for them in the past, but with his niggle or injury yesterday, he's not in the lineup today. So it's going to be the 2 men out there and Avery Dyer and Dane Pete, the skipper. And that's the batting they have. It's good enough if they click and score big in the next 4 or 5 overs that is left, but Fire will see an opportunity now to try and keep the scoreboard down to about 150. They wouldn't want to chase anything more than 150 on a surface like this, which is continuously playing slow and low.
Yeah, and for the Morrisville Raptors, you mentioned those are their big hitters, and then you talk about the Rohan Phadkes and the Aditya Padalas as the men who can come in and rotate, can hit the odd boundary here and there, but you think that more of them as rotational pieces for the Fire. They've gone to the man who is a strike bowler, Atindra Subramanian here in the 16th. will continue to bowl. He took the wicket of Utkarsh Srivastava, just giving up 7 runs in 2 overs. We'll get his third now. And we'll start off to Trayvon Griffith. Down the ground, all the way. Trayvon Griffith, see you later. That's a huge 6 for him, and the Morrisville Raptors starting to accelerate.
Atindra Subramaniam coming for his next spell. Bowls a fuller length from the other end. He's bowling consistently well earlier. Trayvon Griffith gets under that one. Hits it deep into the advertisement boards towards the long off boundary.
Yeah, I want to pull that length back. Will Subramanian can't afford to be that full. Pushed into the offside. No run on off for Aaron Jones. All over it there. That short cover is going to encourage the young man. And if Subramanian can escape this over, just giving up 8 runs or so, the Fire would be happy with that, headed into the last 5.
Yeah, he'd want to go back to that stock length that we were talking about, the one that he was bowling in his first spell. He's somebody who can quickly adjust.
Pushed down the ground, nowhere to go for Trayvon Griffith. Good here from Subramanian, angling it into the stumps and again using the length. You see this one just sticking in the surface a bit on Trayvon Griffith.
And Trevin seems to be a little calm here with the 6 of the first ball. Not looking to do anything that he shouldn't be doing.
Well, this one over the top of the leg side gets innovative. It's what we know Trayvon Griffith to do. As Aditya Badala sends it back in, it's another boundary for Trayvon Griffith and the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, similar sort of length, but this time Trevin makes room. He shuffles outside the off stump, falls over, but does not fail to make the connection to get himself and his team another boundary. That's 10 runs of the 4 deliveries that's been bowled by Atindra. Another good over for the Morrisville Raptors with 2 deliveries still left.
Aaron Jones and Jamar Hamilton just having a conversation right now. Those 2 men so impactful in terms of leadership for the Fire. For Subramanian, again, nothing too wrong with that. Had to fetch it well outside that off stump to Trayvon Griffith. But right now, he's just pouring it on, moving into the 60s. Well bowled there from the young man. Aaron Jones unable to pick it up cleanly. One of the few times you'll see that. Jamar Hamilton squats there, heads down, but good running from Griffith and Hamilton.
Yeah, Griffith pushing Hamilton on that occasion. Slightly slow to start off, Hamilton, but makes it safely. In the end, 1 delivery still to go. I would imagine that Hamilton will have a free license to try and look for another boundary. And Trevin would want to be on strike to begin the next over.
Well, Hansard Hamilton, contrary to popular belief, rather, not the brother of Jamar Hamilton, just close friends, the 2 wicketkeeper batters. And pushes into the leg side. Griffith wants a single. They'll get it in the end. Rishi Pandey unable to do it, and they'll get overthrows for it as well. And so then, best of both worlds for the Morrisville Raptors. Griffith will retain the strike, and they get 2 runs in the end. That'll close out the 16th over, 119 for 2. Jeremy Gordon, the man on your screen, the big ex-Canadian national, quick, Be back into bowl. Was dealing with a little bit of a niggle earlier. Had to come off the field, but he's back. Ready to bowl in the death, and he created all kinds of problems for the Morrisville Raptors, if you remember, Schwithen, in their earlier meeting.
Absolutely. He can still create problems for the Raptors at the death now.
Bowling to a much different person, though. It's Trayvon Griffith, who's seen 50 deliveries, 66 runs to his name, 6 sixes, 4 fours. Griffith right now just batting on another level. And just runs it down. Third man will pick up a single. Just finding ways to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, 4 overs to go in this innings, and it absolutely is beyond my understanding. There is no Amila in the bowling chart so far. Sort of becomes a hollow man. Couldn't be seen by the skipper or something.
I think it's to do with Trayvon Griffith's stay in the middle for a long period of time. The left-hander not wanting to bowl the left arm spinner into Trayvon Griffith, who's just finding it so nicely out there. Again, the ball turning in with Nasir Hussain, and Jay Bathak then bowling the way he did. It's just a luxury that, you know, speaks to the depth of the team, really, of the Fire. Swing and a miss for Hanchard Hamilton. Again, not bouncing the way he thought it would.
Yeah, well, it does speak about the options the Atlanta Fire has as a team, but he's your premier bowler. You can hide him for a couple of overs in the innings, but he's somebody who can bowl 4 overs. Even if he gets hit for a couple of boundaries here and there, he can get you wickets. He can get the wickets from the other end. Totally surprised that Amila hasn't been used, and I don't think he's going to be used with just 3 overs left either.
Interesting questions to be had. Trayvon Griffith was interested in a run there, but yeah, to your point about Mila Alponzo, it is one of your premier bowlers, in the major league with the San Francisco Unicorns, and so you would recognize his name, and he's just so prolific all throughout minor league cricket, and he's been so good, the Sri Lankan, but they've elected to go away from Mila Alponzo so far today. Outside edge, cries of catch it will fall short of Subramanian down the deep, but will be enough to get Trayvon Griffith onto strike.
Yeah, trying to bounce Hamilton there. Hamilton also looking to hit that one through the mid-wicket region. Quick and high. Gets the outside edge, flies towards the third man region where Atindra comes around and stops that, keeps that from 1 run. Looked a little awkward playing that delivery, Hamilton, but 1 run taken for his team.
Yeah, when we talk about Jeremy Gordon, slower one this time for Gordon. Keeps it away from the arc of Trayvon Griffith.
Yeah, he had the opportunity to hit it over cover. Mid-off is inside the circle. The ball angled across the left-hander. But Trayvon Griffith again predetermined to hit it towards the mid-wicket region, where he seemed to have been more comfortable until now in this innings. Misses out. It's a definite opportunity for a boundary over cover, especially with mid-off inside the circle.
Looking to go to the leg side. Gordon's doing well. Again, created problems earlier in the first meeting between the Raptors and the Fire. Doing so once again. 17 overs gone, 121 for 2. Cornet Dry to come in from the opposite end in which he found success earlier. We'll start off to Hanchard Hamilton, who's going to need to find a way to get some runs on the board, at least giveaway strike to Trayvon Griffith. With 3 overs to go, 121 on the board, Schwithen. Where would you be targeting if you're the Morrisville Raptors?
Yeah, we were talking about 160. I think there is still an opportunity to get 160 if they can get a few lusty blows in the last 3 overs. Pace is still on offer. That gives you another opportunity. But if they can't get to 160, they'd at least be looking to get 150, which is what the Fire got, batting first in the previous encounter against the Raptors. They would believe that if they can get to 150 or more, they could be able to defend it.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I think if you can get to 150, it puts that psychological pressure on the Fire. And then you just talk about the fact that this wicket seems to be opening up a little bit. Delivery's starting to stay low. So maybe not the same kind of start that the Fire could get off to a batting lineup that's struggling.
Yeah, and also the composition of the Morrisville Raptors is completely different to that of the Fire.
As this one's taken into the air, cries of catch it. Fielder there, it's Ken R. Lewis, and he takes the catch, makes it look simple, and a good innings for Trayvon Griffith comes to an end.
Once again, bowls into the surface, corner dry. Trayvon Griffith has been trying to play that shot for the last few deliveries. This time, miscuing it, gets it high, but not long enough. Lewis gathers himself under that one and safely takes it to end what's been a good innings by Trayvon Griffith for the Raptors.
Yeah, and the new man coming in is Dane Pete. Coming into the middle, the captain for the Morrisville Raptors will look to score some runs to close out this innings. Get to that 150 mark would have to be the message for him and Hanchard Hamilton. But again, Pete, you would say, is maybe your biggest hitter left. Still Aditya Badala, who can swing the bat around. You've seen him hit a couple of big sixes. And still Everroy Dyer to come, who can get on, bat on ball. But you would want Dane Pete or Hanchard Hamilton to finish things off. Clipped off the legs for Dane Pete. A single there. Gordon, though, he's on the ground. Struggling with something. No, he's just having a laugh with everyone out here. Hot, showing off. It was just a little bit of gamemanship, entertaining. Again, says he's all fine to keeper Jamar Hamilton.
We don't want another injury. We had one yesterday in the same region. Abhiram from the Raptors, still recovering from that one. Lucky to see the fielder up on his feet almost immediately after giving a little bit of a scare.
Yeah, Gordon again had to come off earlier for a little bit of a niggle, so just going to hope he's all right for the Fire, that he can finish out the innings. Hit down the ground, wonderfully timed. It's going to beat the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs there. 4 to Hanchard Hamilton and the Morrisville Raptors.
Another pitched up delivery from corner drive. Hamilton gave it everything he had, right from the meat of the bat, bisecting the long on and the long off fielders, both trying to come across and stop that one, but failing to do that.
Yeah, Cornet Dry, just one of the few occasions where he's looked to be full. He's got punished for it from Hanchard Hamilton, who would have seen Cornet Dry as a member of the Atlanta Lightning in years past. And cries for Hanchard Hamilton. Here's got a little bit of a cheering section, as he did yesterday in that matchup with the Orlando Galaxy. With on offer, hit through the offside and taken. Aaron Jones, very good, very well done there. And has to be the end of Hanchard Hamilton.
Once again, throwing his bat at it, this time a little wider than the previous delivery. Hit hard, but unfortunately for Hamilton and the Raptors, the ball finds Aaron Jones, one of the most prolific fielders in the setup. He's not going to drop that one. Out goes Hamilton, and It's Every Dyer.
Actually, Every Dyer is going to have to wait. It's going to be Franklin Clement, who's come in with bat in hand, the former member of the DC franchise. Clement brought in for a little bit of batting depth, so they've gone in that direction, and he is someone who can swing the bat around, and we've seen it earlier at Church Street Park. A couple of lusty blows from him, and that's what he'll need Dane Pete at the other end with the delivery left in the 18th.
Yeah, Morrisville Raptors now losing their way a little bit. All the set batters are back in the pavilion in the fag end of the innings. A couple of overs still left. 2 new batters. Those big runs are not coming. They're losing wickets instead.
Looking to pull, but nowhere to go with that pull shot. A dot ball to end the 18th over. A good one for the Atlanta Fire. 127 for 4. Continuing is Jeremy Gordon, the big quick, who just again has created problems for the Morrisville Raptors when he's bowled in the death overs. Did so in his previous over, the 17th. We'll now have a word with his captain, Aaron Jones.
Yeah, 2 overs left in the innings. The Raptors losing 2 important wickets in the previous over, that of Griffith and Hamilton. They'll still be looking at least 20 runs, 10 of each of these last 2 overs. Get close to that 150 if not past.
Run down through third man by Dane Pete, expecting the length. And would pick up a single there to bring Franklin Clement to strike.
It's not going to be easy for Clement. Yes, he's known for his big hitting, but the pace at which the bowler is operating right now is not going to be easy to come and hit him straight away. There's a possibility that he can use the pace and get a couple of boundaries here and there, but still has to put bat on ball.
Yeah, we mentioned Franklin Clement, a new face in this Raptors setup. Brought in again from the DC area. Gets the inner half of the bat straight to mid-wicket. Won't throw it, but he'll bring a single and bring Dane Pete back on strike.
Yeah, look to go straight back over the ball, the mid-off inside the circle. That's a definite option. Any decent amount of bat would have gotten him a boundary over the mid-off fielder, the pace of which the ball's coming at him. Unable to do that. Gets a thick inside edge, goes towards the mid-wicket region, and just gets 1 run for that attempt.
Again, this time taken. Dane Pete trying to run it down, taking pace off to Jeremy Gordon, but it's a no ball there. It'll be a free hit. He did well, Gordon, but just overstepping again. Dane Pete gets the life here. And Franklin Clement now has a license to go big.
Yeah, it's more importantly 2 runs added to the total. And Clement, they can change the field, but they're not opting to do that with the rotation of strike. Clement should still be looking to hit straight back, and that's a good option for him if he wants to find a boundary.
Couldn't get bat on ball on the free hit. Will get off the legs, and it'll just be 1, so a good response from Jeremy Gordon. He's used a slower one really well. Thought he had the wicket of Dane Pete for it, but Franklin Clement has really been struggling. And again, it's not been easy to score quickly on this surface, especially when you have the likes of Jeremy Gordon with ball in hand.
Yeah, it was never going to be easy. Coming late in the innings, just about 12, 13 deliveries left. And that's what we spoke about earlier as well. The finisher role of Abhiram is missed today.
Inner half of the bat for Dane Pete sends 1 out to fine leg. good over this is turning out to be from Jeremy Gordon. Hasn't given up the boundary. Yes, had the no ball, but other than that, really been a blemish-free over. Showing off all the variations, the slower ones, pace on, pace off. Been really fantastic. The man from Canada.
Clement once again swings across the line, trying to get that boundary, missing out. He's been trying to do a similar sort of thing every time he's faced up to the bowler, but failing to make the connection every time.
Yeah, Jeremy Gordon's been so good. Just changing pace, using the wicket as well. He's trusted the wicket, been on a length, and remember in the previous matchup between the Morrisville Raptors and the Atlanta Fire, couldn't seem to put him away in the power play. One delivery left in the 19th. Clement gets his bat on ball. It's high in the air. Milo Aponzo's running just away from the fielder. They could push for a couple of runs. Aponzo keeps it from the boundary, and they'll get 2 to close out that 19th over, the penultimate one. Another good one for Jeremy Gordon and the Atlanta Fire. It's 135 for 4.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Atindra Subramanian in. Pete gets a thin edge, and they'll get a single through. Subramanian's been entrusted with this final over, and it's because of what he's done with ball in hand. 3 overs, 20 runs, and a wicket. Been so good, the young man.
Absolutely. It's a big last over. Clement would feel a little comfortable with the pace at which Atindra would be bowling at him, and he's not facing somebody like a Coney Dry right now.
Swing and a miss. Really good bowling here. It's less about the pace for me there, Shwet, and it's more about the lengths in which that's been bothering Franklin Clement. This wicket is tricky. Again, too paced in nature, and Subramanian uses it well, mixes it up well, and Clement, who's just looking to wipe across the line, just unable to find bat on ball.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that he's not trying anything different. He's not trying to go down the track or play those reverse sweeps, etc. A ramp shot, nothing. Just as I say that.
Heads down the track, and it's helped well over the top of the offside. There's going to be 6 runs there for Franklin Clement, who took the risk with Jamar Hamilton up at the stumps to go down the track for 6 and gets it sweetly.
Yeah, after multiple attempts of trying to sweep the ball, Clement comes down the track, just as I said that, hits it again over the infield and over the fielder at deep long off.
How does Subramanian respond? Pulls the length back and bowled him. I think has bowled him there. Unsure. Yeah. Jamar Hamilton saying has gone off, and Franklin Clement is going to have to walk off. If you just take another look at this one here, it's a similar story. The length undoes Franklin Clement.
Bowled into the surface. Clement goes across, misses that one completely. And the keeper there, Hamilton, almost convinces everybody that was bowled, and Clement walks back.
Yeah,
a very iffy inning there, but he got 6 runs on the previous ball, and that would help in some sense.
Yeah, and that's 6 there for Franklin Clement. Just moves the score past 140. But it'll bring out Everroy Dyer, who played for the Atlanta Fire last season, is now in with the Morrisville Raptors, and he'll have a task on his hand. His job is going to be to come in and hit some boundaries. The only issue is the fact that when we talk about the way Dyer likes to swing, it's either full or back of a length where he can climb onto the short ball, and Supermanian's so good on the length, you could just see another situation where it's a fairly similar dismissal to that of Franklin Clement. We just saw a delivery ago. The young man, Supermanian, is having incredible innings here. 2 wickets. Could he find a third? Hit through the offside. It's going to be 1 out to deep cover. Bring Dane Pete on to strike.
Yeah, a couple of deliveries left in this Morrisville Raptor innings. Dane Pete is probably not going to look to hit straight down the ground. He's not very good in doing that, but would be eyeing the backward of point region. He's good in slicing and cutting balls.
Look to go down the ground. Over the top of Supermanian will be 1. And that is all she wrote for the Morrisville Raptors. That'll close things off. The innings comes to an end in that manner there. The Atlanta Fire, they pull back well, but the Raptors have had their best batting innings so far here, thanks to Trayvon Griffith, 67 from 54. Utkarsh Srivastava, 13 from 16. Ryan Wiggins, 34 from 30. And a couple of cameos all the way throughout. We'll be right back here at the Putnamveers Cricket Complex because Corne Dry's 3 wickets were huge in his 4 overs for 26 runs. 2 wickets for Athinda Subramanian in his 4 overs of 29 runs. And that is what the story was from that first innings. Join us back here in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia, where we get to see the second innings and the Atlanta Fire attempt to chase 145 in 20 overs. Fuller in length and punished. Trayvon Griffith was never going to miss out on something that full and that wide, and that's a huge 6-over cover and the first boundary for the Morrisville Raptors. Looks in place with that shot. How about this? The young man steps across and takes Corne Dry over fine leg for 6 runs. That's not a shot of someone who's making a debut. That's a shot of someone who's ready. Pulled. Srivastava gets 1 through the leg side. Now it's Trayvon Griffith through the leg side. Exchanging blows here are the Morrisville Raptors, and they pick up 6 more. Deep third man. Back of the length again, off the body again. 4 runs again for the Morrisville Raptors. I think there was bat involved, yeah.
They have.
In the air, this should be the first wicket. Supermanian's done well and taken. Never a doubt once Corne Dry settled underneath it. A good cameo, a good debut.
Introduction of spin, got to wait and see.
Down the ground, down the ground. That's well struck from Trayvon Griffith. It'll be another 6 runs for him, bigger and better than the rest. Fearsome is Trayvon Griffith at the moment. This time goes over covers and will fetch another boundary to his name. Umpire still awaiting official word for it. And Griffith goes into the leg side. That one's gone a long, long ways. It's a huge 6, backwards a square. And Trayvon Griffith, he's making a name for him. There you go. That time gets bat on ball and he'll find the boundary for 4. It was just well too wide from Jay Pathak. That's the key there. And he'll pick up 4 runs, Ryan Wiggins.
Can go for runs as well.
Outside edge, just over Jeremy Gordon, stationed at third man inside the ring. Will pick up 4 runs. It's another edgy boundary for Ryan Wiggins.
Tell you a story about the wicket.
Hit into the leg side, in the air, away from the fielders, and it'll be another boundary for the Morrisville Raptors. Make it 6. This time it's for Ryan Wiggins. Many other players here. Ramped well. Trayvon Griffith shows off the innovation. Will pick up 4 runs for that. Brilliance from Trayvon Griffith and the Morrisville Raptors. This one run brilliantly to third man. That's going to be 4 runs for Trayvon Griffith. Very intense. In the air, taken, simple for Emilio Bonzo, stationed at mid-on. Corne Dry, even after all. Down the ground, all the way. Trayvon Griffith, see you later. That's a huge 6. Well, this one over the top of the leg side, gets innovative. It's what we know Trayvon Griffith to do as Aditya Badala sends it back in. As this one's taken into the air, cries of catch it. Fielder there, it's Kenar Lewis, and he takes the catch, makes it look simple, and a good innings for Trayvon Griffith comes to an end. Innings. Hit down the ground, wonderfully timed. It's going to beat the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs there. The Orlando Galaxy with on offer, hit through the offside and taken. Aaron Jones, very good, very well done there.
A ramp short, nothing. And, just as I say that.
Heads down the track and has helped well over the top of the offside. It's going to be 6 runs there. Bond pulls the length back and bowled him. I think it's bowled him there. Unsure, yeah. Jamar Hamilton saying has gone off, and Franklin Clement is going to have to walk off. If you just take another look at this one here, it's a similar story. The length undoes Franklin Clement.
Bowled into the surface, Clement goes across.
Welcome back to the Butterbeers Cricket Complex here in beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Om Patel, giving you coverage from today's match with our excellent production team, led, directed, and produced by Babar Baig, cameraman Junaid and Khalid. Giving you all these beautiful pictures that we're seeing. It's a beautiful setup, and the match is set up beautifully as well. The Morrisville Raptors 144 in their first innings, 145 is what the Fire will need to chase. And the Morrisville Raptors will make their way out into the middle. They're on your screen now. Raptors, again, led by their captain, Dane Pete. You can see Hanford Hamilton with the gloves in hand. Dane Pete there on your screen, too. Right next to one of the new faces on this squad. Raynard Leverage, and for the Atlanta Fire, some new batters with some similar roles on offer. It's going to go ahead and be Kanar Lewis and Rishi Pandey opening the batting for the Atlanta Fire. Opening the bowling for the Morrisville Raptors is going to be Everoy Dyer. He's opened the bowling in a couple of previous matches, and he's been good for the Raptors. It's a depleted pace attack. No Abhiram Bolasedi today, dealing with that hamstring that looked like he injured yesterday out in the field. So it'll be a taxing day for Everoy Dyer. You also think about Aditya Badala. They've brought in Raynard Leverage, but Dyer will want to lead with his experience. First delivery coming in to Kanar Lewis. Pulled into the leg side, runs straight away for the Atlanta Fire. Might just hold up in the grass at will. They'll pick up just a couple, but a good positive start for the Atlanta Fire. Yeah, we've seen Dyer look to be on a length and operate there. Just that time, a touch too short. Does have a deep backward square, but far too short for Kanar Lewis. Kanar Lewis has gotten himself going, but has never quite finished the job so far in 2023. Has a couple big scores, but gets out rather quickly. This time again pulled, again away from the fielder. This time, though, is going to run all the way for 4 runs. Not a good start for Everoy Dyer, and Kanar Lewis has got bat on ball straight away. Again, you look at the replay there on your screen, just dug in well too short and far too easy for Kanar Lewis, who helps it in front of square. Deep backward square has now moved to deep mid-wicket. After that, Dane Pete's seen enough. And has changed up the field. He's moved square leg and has a deep mid-wicket. Takes out deep third. And for Dyer, if he wants to be that straight, has to be better than where he is. Has to find a better length to operate in. Yes, you want to be on the surface, but when you're that short, it's far too easy for any batter. See how Dyer responds after being hit for a couple of runs. This time pushed through the offside, beats the man inside the ring, third man inside, racing away towards the boundary. Will bring up a couple of runs for Kanar Lewis, finding ways to score. And Dyer just struggling with the line now with no fielders outside on the off stump. Started to stray outside the off. That man on your screen was Franklin Clement. Normally keeping wicket for the Morrisville Raptors, but with Hanford Hamilton in the side, he's found himself at third man. That's a better ball. That's the area you want to operate in if you're Everoy Dyer. Around a length, towards the stumps. That's how I think the Supermanian were so effective and got wickets, how Cornet Dry was able to take wickets as well. Again, on this surface, it's two-paced in nature. Some deliveries sliding, staying low, and others will skid on. Natural variation built in for the bowlers. And that one just rushing through Kennard Lewis. You can see it there, beating the outside edge. Some heat on that delivery, and some cheers for Everroy Dyer. Playing in front of some friends, you're sure. Man from the Atlanta area, representing the Atlanta Fire last season. Derek coming back in here. Good comeback. And a single here for Kennard Lewis. Good running. He'll hold on to strike, headed into the second over. At the end of one, it's 9 without loss.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So minor league debut here for Renard Leverage. Man from Jamaica, played first class cricket down there. We'll get to see maybe some express on offer. Again, talked about a lot from Lexington, North Carolina. That's where he's a resident of, but first time in for the Raptors. And beats Kennard Lewis there with some pace, some movement as well. Interesting little action. Again, it'll be really interesting to see how the Raptors utilize Leverage. Going to need him to put his hand up just because of the fact that there's no Abhiram Bolasetti after his injury in yesterday's match. And again, this wicket of Kennard Lewis is a valuable one. Rishi Pandey yet to play a delivery at the non-striker's end, but if you can get the big man out, you can get to a middle order that's just been struggling. No Zain Zayed in today's team, so we'll see who they send in the one down spot. Falls down there. It's going to be wide for Leverage, and hopefully he's okay as well. It's a little tricky run up, a little elevation towards the jumping part, and it looks like he's going to need to take off the shoe, the ankle. Looks to be a little tight there. Leverage, we're going to hope he's all right. Gets up rather gingerly. Seems to be walking all right as of now. Again, already depleted. Pace attack with the absence of Abhiram Bolasetti. You can see it's just that right leg of his that he's just taking a look at. Something to watch for as we head throughout today's match. A little bit of a delay now as well. And like I said, Leverage is going to try to bowl out the over. Still getting that foot checked out. There, Trayvon Griffith having a word with the big quick. And looks like they're signaling for something from the dugout. The dugout doesn't know what they're signaling for either. There's some confusion here for the Raptors, but for the Raptors, this is a big game when you talk about playoff because of the fact that you're going to talk about the Fort Lauderdale Lions beating the Baltimore Royals in the matchup this morning. I mean, the Royals will slide to 4th with the Lions in 5th, ever just, and Leverage is now taking a seat. I think he's getting a change of shoes, but the Raptors are stationed at 3rd at the moment. If they can win, they'd keep themselves at that spot, keep themselves locked into the playoffs as we head towards the end of the season. And just take a look at that points table. Excuse me, the Royals still in 3rd. The Raptors currently stationed in 5th. A win here would send them to 3rd place. The Fort Lauderdale Lions, though, praying at 4th at the moment. The Raptors have played the fewest games out of anyone in the Southern Division, with the Lightning, Fire, Royals, and Lions all playing 6, the Galaxy having 8. And for the Raptors, have been in the playoffs for each of the past 2 seasons, the Morrisville franchise. Would like to find their way back there. Right now, the Lightning up top the table with Fire second with 8 points to their name, tied with the Baltimore Royals sitting at third. And so a win here would propel the Fire beyond the grasps of the Royals, but a win for the Raptors would move them to 6, keep them in the hunt, with still being a game behind the Baltimore Royals. All interesting things here as we go through the 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. Make sure you got your Lakshmi Rice with you as you tune into all the coverage happening throughout Labor Day weekend. 38 total matches of cricket over 4 days. Beautiful setups, and we'll have a lot of playoff implications on the line. Look at the Eastern Division. The Philadelphians, after their Philly Cricket Festival, have stationed themselves in first place. Haven't lost a game yet, just the 1-0 result. Second place in New Jersey Stallions, who are 5-3 with 10 points. And, you know, beyond that, it's a close race. The New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers have 7, remaining teams with 4. So see how that Eastern Division shakes up on surfaces that have not been conducive to batting. Leverage, he's got the shoe figured out. And so he'll be back ready to go to Kennard Lewis here. And for Leverage, is going to want to get off to a really good start, give the captain some confidence. Beats Kennard Lewis there. Again, you can see a little bit of extra bounce for the big quick, and that's why he's such an exciting prospect for the Morrisville Raptors. If he can just find the right line and length, he can be really effective. Maybe help out in the regular 11. Okay, not sure what he is with the bat, but with ball in hand, looks very capable, and it could be another option if they can find a 4-man pace attack with Bulasetti and Badala. If Leverage is able to put together a good performance, could just make his way into the regular 11. Gonna slow over this because of the shoe. 10 runs on the board for the Fire. They've gotten off to a good start. They would want Kennard Lewis to find some rhythm. This is a batting attack that is loaded with stars, but just haven't found that consistency. Left alone, Leverage getting good carry through to Hanchard Hamilton. Really good start. We've seen a couple debuts in the Morrisville Raptors camp. Yesterday it was Untry, the young man, the left arm spinner. Today, Utkar Srivastava. And now Raynard Leverage, who's got ball in hand from the far end of the ground and creating some early problems for Kennard Lewis. If he can start straighter, I just think he might be able to just poke that edge from the length in which he's bowling. There you go, beating the outside edge there. Good, sharp stuff from Raynard Leverage. Has a word with Kennard Lewis as well. A smile on the way through. It's a good response after falling over and giving up that extra. Not easy sledding for Kennard Lewis. And again, it's the amount of bounce he's getting off the surface. He's someone who doesn't look to have an immense amount of swing or movement sideways, but the good angle off the arm and then that extra bit of bounce that he has. Goes for the Yorker, dugout, pick up a single there. Thought about 2, but Rishi Pandey sends Kennard Lewis back. And we'll get our first look at Rishi Pandey in the middle here. Hasn't faced a delivery yet, and will have a task on his hands. We'll have to deal with some balls bouncing near his chin. Some chin music, as they say. And for Rishi Pandey, someone a lot of people would have felt should have been in that USA under-19 team. He's been such a key performer in minor league cricket, Rishi Pandey, for the Atlanta Fire. He's just so confident and so good when he understands his role. When he's been given a role, he's just done it to perfection. Get singles, hit the loose delivery, but don't take any unnecessary risks. Down the leg side will be a wide there for Leverage. We'll have to cut that one out. 145, a decent total to go and chase on this wicket. Going to be challenging for the Fire, but they'll take every free run they can get. Don't want to gift anything to the likes of Bondi and Lewis, and then with plenty of batting to come, want to keep the pressure on. We've seen, even with the Fort Lauderdale Lions, we're able to do to the Fire, making them earn those 99 runs in the chase. Getting down to that 7th wicket, making Emilio Ponzo hit the winning runs. Little change in the field. Deep fine leg now in place for Leverage. Mid-wicket comes inside the ring. And this one's rolled through. It's going to be runs off byes. Will it be a wide as well? No, just wides there. How is that one just rolled to the keeper? This wicket playing some tricks on the batters. 2 overs gone, 12 without loss. Everroy Dyer to continue into his 2nd over. 13 runs on the board for the Atlanta Fire. A little bit of late movement from Dyer. Again, just started a bit too short and too much on the body in his previous over. But to Rishi Pandey, if you can just start to take some wickets, Dyer just create some pressure. We saw the Raptors able to build a partnership early with Utkarsh Srivastava and Trayvon Griffith. Into the 4th over. Only lost 1 wicket in the power play. I think that's key on this surface. How many wickets do you have in hand? That one skidding through on Rishi Pandey. Again, this is the nature of the wicket. A couple are going to jump past Pandey, and a couple will then slide across. And we heard Obis Pinar talk about it a couple of days ago. It's been something to note for all the players so far. When talking about the surface, they've just had those mixed reviews. Look to go down the ground. Rishi Pandey unable to do so. Throw came back in. Won't lead to any more runs, but Rishi Pandey had seen enough there. Looking to go down the ground. And Pandey, usually someone who has a lot of patience and able to score runs in a hurry. But the issue becomes now that the surface is not allowing him to, and this is why we thought this chase could get really intriguing. Sun beating down this wicket, cracks starting to open up. This one hurries past the outside edge of Rishi Pandey. He's frustrated. You can see it there. He didn't have a chat with Kenar Lewis at the other end, and Kenar Lewis went through something similar in the previous over. Couldn't really find runs off Leverage. Rishi Pandey's going to have to stay low. Dyer's a good comeback after being hit for a couple of runs. That boundary and then those flurry of 2s from Kenar Lewis. This one run through the offside. No run on offer. High throw. Won't lead to any more runs there. Good stuff here from Everroy Dyer and the Morrisville Raptors. Creating some pressure. Rishi Pandey starting to feel it now. We've already seen him try to come down the ground. He's trying to do something a little bit unorthodox. And the key is going to be for him to bat long. Gets one on the legs. Big shout. Big shout. It was heading down the leg side. And they'll pick up a single to finish out that third over. A good one for Everroy Dyer and the Morrisville Raptors. At the end of 3, it's 14 without loss.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Leverage starts well on the body of Rishi Pandey, who's just faced a bunch of dot balls. He's been unable to play at his usual flow. He's usually so good at just finding runs, and right now this Raptors pace attack has been depleted, is stepping up, much to the light of Dane Pete, who could benefit in his own right. Could take some wickets with this pressure. Think about the likes of Karthikeya Jagadish as well, the leg spinner. Fuller in length, pushed down the ground, looks for the quick single. Aditya Badala unable to collect that one, get it in the end, and good way for Rishi Pandey to get off strike and ease some of the pressure that's been plaguing him. But Leverage is bowling well. Good signs for the Morrisville Raptors that just added some depth. And the debutants have put their hand up. Utkarsh Srivastava, just 13 runs, but a huge 6 on Cornet dry over fine leg and looked comfortable. And so for a team that's been struggling in the opening position, good to see that they're getting some help with both bat and ball. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, in for Leverage. Big swing and a big miss for Kenar Lewis. It's good bowling from Leverage. Little shake of the head and a stare at Kenar Lewis. Can't quite believe he hasn't picked up the wicket. This man from Jamaica is making an impact straight away for the Morrisville Raptors. I don't know, my buddy Nate Hayes is definitely texting me right now. I don't have any service at the Buttonbeers Cricket Complex, but I come back every night to the hotel with the flurry of messages from Nate about every Raptors player. I'm sure there'll be a couple about Utkarsh and a couple about Leverage because he's making an impact straight away. Down the leg side, going to be 4. He was bowling so well, but he's eased the pressure there. It's a gift for a man of Kenar Lewis's caliber. Can't bowl there. Far too easy. Just sliding down the leg side, and was always going to be 4 runs. Easy pickings for someone of Kenar Lewis's class and caliber. But a good battle brewing here between the Raptors and the Atlanta Fire, and between Leverage and Kenar Lewis now exchanging blows. And we've seen Leverage try to go full, but just straying in the line on that occasion. See how Leverage continues to go in this over. This time, run through the offside, beats the man inside the circle, will hold up in the grass, and will pick up a couple of runs there. Will the Atlanta Fire, good batting from Kenar Lewis. Isn't just looking to play powerful strokes, but showing off the timing and just the delicate nature from the big man. It's been a good comeback after Leverage had gone with the quiet over. So had Everroy Dyer. Finding some runs now are the Atlanta Fire. And Raynard Leverage is maybe put under a little bit of pressure after those couple of runs. This time, Fuller straighter gets a single. Kennard Lewis will hold on to strike as we enter the fourth over. It's 22 without loss.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Dyer to continue. Paul continuing to stay low. Just frustrating the two men in the middle, but Kennard Lewis has done well to keep himself in check. Dyer bowling 3 on the trot, trying to get as much pace off as he can. Rishi Pandey just tying the shoes there, but for Kennard Lewis, I think he's done a real good job balancing the aggression that he naturally has and then understanding what the situation is requiring for his side. This one's beat him all hands up. Good delivery that on a length and just jagged up on Kennard Lewis. Again, is this what the nature of the wicket is? Just a little bit of extra bounce that time for Dyer. Looking good so far. Let's see what Dyer continues to do here. To Kennard Lewis. Big swing and a big miss. Again, sensing the frustration now are the Morrisville Raptors. Ball's keeping low. And right now, just not liking it. Is Kennard Lewis can't find bat on ball in the way he likes. Again, naturally aggressive, big hitter. Knowing what he does all around the world, and he's played a lot of cricket in the USA through different tournaments. And today just not able to do what he normally does, and it's because of just the nature of this surface. Hard to sit back and cut, hard to come forward and go down the ground. Have to be patient, can't throw your wicket. Want to keep wickets in hand because we've seen him fall in a hurry here at the Putnam Veers Cricket Complex. That one staying incredibly low. Straight bat to Rohan Phadke for 1. Again, there is that single on offer, and that's where the Fire will want to operate in. Keep those flowing. Don't let the dot balls pile on top of each other. Don't let the Raptors get ahead of this run chase early. Don't let that required run rate jag up. It's hard to accelerate. We saw the Raptors struggle with it. Now here for the Raptors, some interesting decisions to be made because you do have Aditya Badala still to come with ball in hand, and Rohan Phadke can roll his arm, but hasn't been asked to do so in the tournament so far. And now just 2 overs left between Dyer and Leverage. How low has that kept? It's beaten Hanchard Hamilton, and he'll be an extra run, but again, just showing you what the pitch is doing right now. Staying low. Dane Pete, he's, I think, telling somebody that the wicket is just not doing what it needs to be doing. 5 overs gone, 24 without loss. Rishi Pandey into the leg side and greets Aditya Badala with a 6. Finally got onto something. And needed that, did Rishi Pandey and the Atlanta Fire. How big is that moment in the game? That's a huge 6 that is from Rishi Pandey. Unbelievable. Okay, you took a look at this. And the next one has stayed low. But that shot there, massive into the leg side. Found a huge 6. And again, this is the nature of Rishi Pandey. He's someone who's known to get those single doubles, but is unafraid to take advantage of a loose delivery. And can punish it. Plenty of power in the small man. This one through, but not going to be bowled. Good change-ups here from Aditya Badala. Similar to a Tindra Subramanian with what he does. Rolls his fingers over the ball and able to bowl the variations. He's pulled the length back as well. That first one just tailing down the leg side. Punished in a well-deserved manner. Tucked down the leg side. Will beat Franklin Clement inside the ring. Rishi Pandey wanted 2 for a moment. None to be had. Good call from Kanar Lewis to send him back. But this is an important partnership brewing here. And if they can just hold on to wickets, they feel they see themselves in the game. Now, big Kanar Lewis. We've seen Aditya Badala take some big wickets in this tournament. Last season was one of the few bowlers to keep Rakeem Cornwall quiet. Starts off on the pads of Kanar Lewis. Single on offer straight away. Doing well to keep the strike moving are the Atlanta Fire. Again, they can just keep themselves going at 6. The required run rate will stay under 8. And plenty of bats that can come in. Just have to hold on to your wickets. Don't expose them too early. This one on the pads. Big shout. Big shout says no. Says no, does the umpire. Probably high on the way through. But a good comeback here from Aditya Badala after being hit for 6. At the end of the power play, it's 32 without loss.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Rohan Phadke has the ball in hand. Hasn't been asked to bowl in 2023, but was good in 2021 and 2022. Will now have to come in with a depleted pace attack. Hansard Hamilton up with the stumps for the young man. Starts well. Starting straight, and this is going to be the key here for Rohan Phadke. Doesn't have to be too quick or anything of that nature. Think about what I think the Subramanian was for the Atlanta Fire today. Rolled the fingers, played the variations, but kept everything on stumps. Didn't give much room for any of the batters. And that's what's going to be asked of the young man today. Short, pulled, hello and goodbye. That one's gone. A welcome greeting for Kanar Lewis as Rohan Phadke comes in with ball in hand. Was never going to miss out on that shot there. That's huge. Take another look. Just again, far too short and disappeared off the bat. And there's always going to be 6 runs once Kennard Lewis latched on to the length that early. You're going to need the new ball here. And the third umpire is sending it over, because that one has been launched all the way into the woods. 2 new options being given to the umpires in the middle. Very experienced umpiring crew. New ball being given to Rohan Fudke now. And again, he started off well with that initial delivery, but just well too short. You can see the idea, trying to be on a length, but just far too short. Don't want to give Kennard Lewis any opportunity to free his arms. Better length, but good from Kennard Lewis, understanding that there's singles on offer all over the ground. Has to do more of this. This is good from the Fire perspective. They'll appreciate this from Kennard Lewis. Very mature innings on a surface that requires it. And now 2 men that have been in the ranks in youth cricket in the United States. Bonde runs it to third man. Always a single on offer. Speaking of Rohan Fudke, a member of that 2021 under-19 team for the USA. That team, of course, not getting the opportunity to compete in the qualifiers for a chance to go to the under-19 World Cup due to COVID and Canada's history, winning the last 5. The ICC elected to gift them the spot. Kennard Lewis down the ground, fielder there. Taken. Who is that? Is that Trayvon Griffith? Of course it's Trayvon Griffith. That's a big moment in the game. Rohan Fudke's delivered. Trayvon Griffith's delivered. Not just with bat, but now in the field. And the Atlanta Fire lose the first wicket. You'll just take a second look here. Looking to go down the ground. Reacted late, did Griffith, but got there in the end. You can see the celebrations come out there. Brilliant from Trayvon Griffith and the Morrisville Raptors. And again, the Morrisville Raptors up in joyous arms. Kennard Lewis is going to have to walk off there. He was looking so good. Moved into the 20s, but has to go. Still an important innings in the context of the game. And we'll bring out the new man, Aaron Jones, the captain. The USA vice captain walks into the middle. In at 3 with no Zain Zayed in the team today to join Rishi Pandey. And it's been a run of low scores for Aaron Jones. This facility hasn't been very conducive to batting. He's going to need to put his hand up for a side. 105 runs to go here. That's still anyone's game with 9 wickets, but the Raptors have now fought their way back in. That wicket would give them some confidence, but they're going to need to pile them on. Still the Fire in front of the match, you would say. Aaron Jones having some words with Raynard Leverage as well, who seems to be very happy to be a part of minor league cricket. But Aaron Jones, known for what he does all over the world, not just in minor league, but USA cricket, was a member of the Seattle Orcas and Major League Cricket. Played in the Bangladesh Premier League as well. And I thought found a real good run of flow at the end of 2022, come playoff time for the Fire. He's going to need to replicate that. Rohan Fudke, first delivery to Aaron Jones, inner half of the bat. Will run for a single there. Fudke all over it, chasing it out. How often do you see that from the medium pacer? A good over comes to an end for Rohan Fudke. Takes the big wicket of Kennard Lewis in it. 7 overs gone. It's 41 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Karthikeya Jagadish, the leg spinner with ball in hand, operating from the far end. We'll start off to Aaron Jones. Good player of spin in his own right, but be tough sledding straight away. Jagadish, a fifer in minor league cricket for Morrisville, has become a real strike bowler. And we'll have his hands full to start off with Aaron Jones, the captain, on strike. Pushed into the offside, no run on offer. Dane Pete very quick. I think senses the moment. You could see him. A little bit more urgency for the Raptors lately. A little bit more desperation. Full toss. Can't do that. Cannot do that. Not to that man. Not to Aaron Jones. That was always going to find the boundary for 6. Far too easy. Again, you just chalk this one up to it's a full toss. You need to be on the wicket as a leg spinner, but Aaron Jones says thank you very much. It's a good way for me to help the scoreboard. Again, far, far too easy. Full toss. You, as a leggy, especially on this surface, have to take advantage. We saw this end deteriorate much quicker yesterday. Lots of cracks at this end. Have to take advantage. Ball staying low. Make the batters play off the ground. Don't give them this. This time short. You can see that they are staying very, very low on Aaron Jones. Able to get it to the 30-yard circle for 1. And as Aaron Jones has joined Rishi Pandey in the middle, Shwethan Srinivasan has joined me here in the booth. Shwethan, a lot of USA games happening behind us, the under-15 Nationals. But right now, the Morrisville Raptors have the Atlanta Fire 48 for 1 in the 8th over. And Karthikeya Jagadish hasn't gotten off to the best start.
Thanks, Aman, for welcoming me back. As they say, I'm all over the place. I'm proudly back to be on the comm booth with you.
Cut here from Rishi Pandey. Won't beat the man inside the ring.
I think the game is nicely poised. They haven't given away too many runs. A couple of wickets, you'll put the Raptors back on driver's seat.
Cut again. This time does beat the man inside the ring. They'll pick up 1 at backward point. Ryan Wiggins stationed there, but doing well, Rishi Pandey and Aaron Jones, to make sure they're finding singles. And that 6, again, just takes so much pressure off the over. Short, again, cut, cover out in the deep. Will just be kept to 1 run there. Good over for the Atlanta Fire. Closed off with a single. 50 comes up at the end of 8 overs. Dane Pete, the captain, he's taken ball in hand after the departure of Kennard Lewis. Has opted to try his arm now. And will start bowling to his captain counterpart. The Raptors captain, such an important part of this bowling attack. Again, one of the premier strike bowlers. The Fire will feel that if they could just get 5-6 runs and over, not lose a wicket, I feel good about Dane's spell.
Yeah, crucial phase of the innings. The Raptors, on the other hand, will look for him to get a couple of wickets. And
as it's tucked into the leg side. Thought about 2 for a moment, but not wanting to test the arm of Aditya Padala.
Yeah, Aditya Padala quickly across the turf, running in very, very swiftly. Eyes on the ball, picks up and shoots it back to Dane Pete, skipper. Keeps that down to 1.
And you can see just the ball not rising all that much there for Rishi Pandey. And again, Dane Pete's going to try to utilize this and take advantage.
Yeah, Aaron Jones, not a very tall batter. So it's going to be a little easier for him to be able to play those ones that keep low as against somebody who's very tall. We saw somebody like a Ryan Wiggins had to come down a lot to try and keep those out of the stumps, hitting the stumps rather. Rishi Pandey, how has he played for the Atlanta Fire over the last few games?
He's been so important, a really key cog in their machine. Was surprised to see him not in the team in previous matches. Has Aaron Jones now on strike. In the air, gets it through cover. Will pick up 4 runs as well. This is the experience of Aaron Jones, all the talent, and able to take advantage of the wide delivery.
The experienced Dane Pete there, going a little fuller. Also offering with Aaron Jones, equally experienced, if not more. Hits that over the cover region. He's done it many times. Does it again.
Want to be much straighter. Pull the length back if you're Dane. Does do that there. Gets the outside edge, but beautifully run down. Soft hands from Aaron Jones, and they're pushing for 2, and they'll get it. Good work. Not happy is Dane Pete, the captain, but they'll pick up 2 in the end. That's good running from the Atlanta Fire. Pandey and his captain in complete sync.
Yeah, they saw the fielder was a little slow, Clement there, and took complete advantage. Put him under pressure and came back for the second quite easily in the end.
Tucked into the leg side. No run on offer to close out the 9th over. Still anyone's game at this point. 58 for 1. Rohan Phadke, a change of ends. Not electing to go back to Karthikeya Jagadish, but in favor of the medium pacer. Taking the wicket of Kennard Lewis. They've given him the ball back. Again, hasn't been utilized a lot with the ball in 2023, but has an important role to play here. In the air, taken! What a catch that is! In the covers, it's Ryan Wiggins. And Rishi Pandey's got to go, just looking to help it over the top. But all he could find were the outstretched arms of the fielder overstationed at cover.
You might have checked that a little bit, Rishi Pandey. Fuller in length, trying to go over the cover area. Mistiming, checked it a little bit, and Ryan Wiggins intercepts that one beautifully to give Morrisville Raptors their 2nd wicket.
It's a big moment in the game as Rishi Pandey has to go. The young man was starting to look good, starting to get comfortable. And it'll bring out a familiar face for the Morrisville Raptors. It's Obis Pinar, who's walking into the middle. Obis has been so good as of late, in a good run of form. Talk about the U.S. Masters T10 and his explosive innings there. Came back to the Atlanta Fire and then just took 2 games to score 40 off of 26 deliveries to propel his team over the line. So this is a man who's in red-hot form and knows the opposition. We know a lot about the Raptors, but equally so, it's the Raptors who know a lot about Pinar. And it's a big moment of the game. Can the Raptors take 2 quick wickets and put some pressure on this middle order?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of banter here. though it's not the DNA of the Morrisville Raptors. They're a much calmer side, but just tell Obespinar a thing or two. Try to disturb his concentration, if not for anything else. Rohan Phadke has picked up 2 wickets.
Well bowled. Good start for Obespinar. Gets himself off the mark. Driven it nicely down the ground. Was speaking to Obis about the wicket earlier and just telling me about how, again, some will slide and some will skid. He just feels has to be extra watchful on a ground like this. Not easy to get going. Hasn't seen really anybody consistently hit on a length, and so that's why we've harped on that issue of the length. That's so key on this surface.
Yeah, despite all the batting power the Fire has, this partnership is going to be very important for them.
Single put into the leg side.
Yeah, 2 experienced batters, Aaron Jones, Obespinar. They would look for the 2 of these to score a lot of runs, to do the bulk of the scoring. And that'll make it a lot more easier for the rest of the batters to come in. But a wicket at this stage, another wicket at this stage, will definitely put the Raptors up in the game. They'll be upbeat.
Staying low, you could see it there. Again, just something to watch for Obespinar and Aaron Jones. But Rohan Phadke doing the job well so far. Has just looked to operate on stumps. Has been on a good length pretty consistently. And operating on what you, Shwetan, deemed as the Atindra length. Attacking the stumps.
Yeah, he's a similar sort of bowler. Comes in and bowls probably in the 115 to 120 range. It's very important to keep that length consistent. And he's done well. He's bowling to some big names here. Got the wicket of Lewis, which is a good thing for him. They came back and got Rishi Pandey, who is more of the guy who's consolidating and now bowling to Obespinar and Aaron Jones.
Cut well. Will be the fielder inside the ring. The call initially was for 2, but we'll just keep it to 1. Good work by Aditya Badala over at deep cover. And that'll close out a good over for the Morrisville Raptors. 61 for 2 after 10.
Yeah.
A change of ends for both Rohan Phadke and Karthikeya Jagadish here in the final 10 overs. Operating now from the commentary box into the ground. Just sense there's something on the cards in this over. That one coming in back to Obespinar. We'll pick up a single though. Again, it's going to have to be a very mature innings for the 2 men in the middle. Don't need to do anything too rash at the moment. Keep wickets in hand as you close in on the total.
Yeah, the Raptors will know everything about Obespinar, his strengths, his weaknesses, and they'll bowl to his weakness. Dane changing ends for Karthikeya Jagadish.
Again, we've seen if you give width to Aaron Jones, you're going to get punished. Into the leg side and gone. The gamble hasn't paid off so far for the Morrisville Raptors. Went back to Jagadish, and Aaron Jones gets one in the slot and sends it all the way.
A huge slog sweep there. He was ready for it. The moment he saw that pitched up, he went big on that one. Clears the deep mid-wicket boundary comfortably. And gets the 6. Puts pressure back on Karthikeya.
Meets it on the full. Cries of catch it. Was going to fall short. of Padala out there in the deep. The Raptors thought they might have just had their man for a moment.
Just dipped on him in the last second, that one, and Aaron Jones lucky that he didn't time it more than he did.
Obispinar kept at bay. The length has been off for Karthikeya Jagadish, has missed it so far today. Was so good yesterday operating on the length, but today has just been all over the place. Cut into the offside, beats cover inside the ring. Will find one.
Yeah, the Fire also clearly wanting to attack Karthikeya, not letting him settle down. Picked up a couple of wickets, bowled very well yesterday, and they don't want him to do that today. Very clear in their mindset. Anything on offer, they want to take.
Down the ground, watched it well, did Karthikeya Jagadish, reacted to the movement, and Trayvon Griffith's little fancy footwork as he tosses that one in to close out the 11th over. A good one for the Fire, 71 for 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Continuing is Rohan Phadke. He's going to bowl his third over now. Bowling into the Fire captain, Aaron Jones, who's just starting to get going. He's had a couple of painstaking stays at the crease, but so far 25 from 13, couple of sixes to his name. And brilliantly flicked off of his hip, straying in line, Phadke.
He's doing the right thing. He's attacking the stumps from that end. This end we've seen since yesterday. The odd balls kept very low. So attacking the stump is the right option. And he's doing that brilliantly at this point, is Rohan. We're looking for his third wicket.
In the air, this time well placed from Obispinar. Should pick up a run. Will do. Out to Dane Pete, stationed long off.
Couldn't get the elevation and timing he would have wanted. Obispinar kind of stopping on him a little bit, forcing him to check that shot. And this time it was wide off the fielder at cover. So safe in a way.
Pulled nicely from Aaron Jones, calls for two. And they'll just go for one. Good work here for the Raptors. Direct hit from Trayvon Griffith and chase given by Rohan Phadke, but good work in the field. The Raptors keeping the pressure on, not gifting the Fire any extra runs with the legs.
Yeah, they got 10 of the last over. They wouldn't want back-to-back overs going for 9 or 10 runs. An excellent fielding by Trayvon Griffith coming in from long on. Flat arm and a quick 1-2.
Cut nicely. We'll get out to deep cover for one. Obispinar's done so well to come in and keep strike moving. It didn't take a lot of time to get going. Aaron Jones with those couple sixes. These two understanding the task at hand and not trying to overdo it. Signs of experience.
Yeah, it's extremely important for Rohan Phadke to continue to bowl the manner he's bowled those first 4 deliveries. Not give him a boundary ball.
Pushed. Doesn't beat cover. Ryan Wiggins all over it there. Good work here for the Morrisville Raptors in the field. But again, for the Atlanta Fire, they'll feel very comfortable. Plenty of bats still to come. 70 runs to get and 50 deliveries with the likes of Nasir Hussain, Jamar Hamilton, Cornet Dry, Milo Ponzo still in the dugout.
Yeah, big ball coming there from Rohan Phadke, the last of his third over. And
tucked into the leg side. Will find that single to close things off. 12 overs gone. Score reads 76 for 2.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
New man for the Morrisville Raptors, turning away from spin. They've elected to go in favor of the medium pace of Aditya Padala. Again, similar to Rohan Fudke, just from the left side. And just trying to break this partnership. Need a wicket, the Morrisville Raptors.
Dane Pete there saving himself his 3 overs. He just bowled the one. See something in favor of the medium paces, the seamers. And Aditya Padala, this is his 4th straight season for the franchise. He's done well. He's done well in the death especially. And now given an opportunity to bowl in the middle overs.
Pulled nicely by Aaron Jones. Fielder comes around, keeps it to 1. And this is why Aditya Padala has been given the ball. He's just operating at a length, angling it onto stumps. So he's always aggressive attacking those 3 pulls behind the batter.
Yeah, starts off a little bit shorter on that occasion. Has to get it a yard or 2 up, which I'm sure he will.
Push to the offside, and they're going to get a couple of runs here. Could flurry to the boundary. No, does well, I think. The fielder out there in the deep leverage. Keeps it just a couple.
Yeah, gets his length right on that occasion, but offered a little bit of width. You want to stay in that off-stump channel in that length, trying to bake the batsman, just play it right back towards the bowler, keep it straight, opens the face and gets himself a comfortable 2.
Straight down the ground, Obis Bernard, that's huge. And the kids in the outfield get out the way, because that's a massive 6 jumping right over the vehicle parked. Might need to issue a car warning because Obis Bernard is on strike.
Aditya Padala added 2 more yards to that delivery. Long reach of Obis Bernard also helps. Hits it straight back over the side screen. Almost hit a couple of cars that are parked behind.
Yeah, the length was off there for Aditya Padala. We've talked about it. The hard length has been where the bowlers need to operate. And invoked a change of angle too for Padala. Pull the length. Does so well, and that's exactly why you've just seen the ball stop on Obis Bernard.
Yeah.
Again, that's what the surface is offering.
And never easy to be bowling to a tall and a shorter batsman in tandem. You know, just like it's difficult to bowl to a right and left-hander, the lengths to batsmen of different height playing together is always difficult. Requires a lot of control. Adi will try to get that now.
Good delivery there from Aditya Padala. Beats Obis Bernard, and again, you can see that one skid through to Bernard. That's the key. With the length, with the wicket, it just offers a couple of deliveries that do a couple different things.
Yeah, also changing the angle, going left arm over after being hit for a tall 6. Just doesn't want to bowl into the batsman anymore. He's seen that.
This time over covers. That's huge. That's gone. That's 6. Width on offer. Pounced on it early. And Obis Bernard puts a sour taste in the Raptors' mouth here. 6 more.
This time angling it across, but once again the length too full. Right under that one. Hits it into the Fire's dugout. Obis Bernard. Delightful the Fire dugout. Big 6.
And how easy has it become now for Obis Pinar and the Fire? That just takes so much pressure away. 54 from 42 now. The end of the 13th over comes. 91 for 2 are the Atlanta Fire in a game that has a lot of playoff implications. The Morrisville Raptors currently seated in 5th, just having played less games than anyone else in the Southern. A win here will put them in the same amount, just 2 points beneath the Royals in 3rd with a game to spare. But a loss here would just really hurt their chances and become a royal race to that 3rd spot in the playoffs. Karthikeya Jagadish is going to get the ball from the far end of the ground that we would see the most of the spinners operate from. A little bit longer end, and the pitch deteriorating from there. The Atlanta Fire have all the momentum right now in this match. Pulling out of it, Aaron Jones is ready to come attack Karthikeya Jagadish. He has a liking. He spotted something. He's opted to use his feet on a couple of occasions already. Aaron Jones this time stays in his crease, sends it deep and long. It's another 6 climbing the hill, straight back over the top. And the Atlanta Fire are all over the place at the moment.
Karthikeya Jagadish pitching that one up again. Aaron Jones was offended by the way he pulled out, looked like. Gets under that, hits it onto the hill. Deep and long. So 3 sixes coming in the last 7 deliveries for the Atlanta Fire.
Been a big turning point, these couple of overs for the Fire. They're well ahead of the match now. And Aaron Jones, again, after struggling for a couple of innings, has found his way back. Pushed into the offside. Good comeback from Jagadish again. He's just missed the length consistently. Hasn't found any bit of it, has Jagadish.
Yeah, and it's surprising. Karthikeya Jagadish bowling the first over from the far end, the second from the comb box end, and the third again from the far end. I'm not too sure if that's helping him.
Yeah, well, it's hard for your captain to give you a run when you've greeted Aaron Jones with a couple full tosses and a couple real balls in the slot. Pushed into the offside. We'll find one. Smart batting from Aaron Jones. Again, that boundary takes a lot of the pressure off for the over. Don't need to do much, the Atlanta Fire. And with 2 experienced campaigners, they'll know it. And they won't overreact to the situation.
Yeah, and just as much as the Fire did with their bowling, they never let Amila bowl. The Raptors are not bowling Dane. Dane himself is not coming on. He's just bowled the 1 over, and he's taken himself off the attack. The team's in trouble. Might be the right idea for him to come back and bowl, try to bring the team back into the game.
I think he would operate in this next over from the commentary box end of the ground.
Yeah, and clearly the the Aditya Padala test did not work in their favor. We'll be interested to see if Dane Pete brings himself back as the over ends with the score on 99 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Dane Pete has the ball in his hand, and he's up towards the middle, but so is Trayvon Griffith. A little conversation being had between the two. And it's not going to go to Dane Pete this over. It looks like it's going to go to Rohan Futke, who's got the hat off, electing to go with the medium pacer. Interesting decision for Dane not to bring himself on. He's saving himself. It will be too little too late. I know he's got two right-handers in the middle, but I would just have to think you would bring yourself on now as the captain. But again, very smart, very experienced Dane, playing Test cricket for South Africa. Would have seen something and trust the young Rohan Futke, who started his spell from this end, since bowled from the far end, back to bowl his final from the commentary box end of the ground.
Yeah, Rohan's filled himself in beautifully in this game, in the absence of Abhiram. Dane probably saving himself. 6 overs still to go. Dane's got 3.
Good delivery that from Rohan Futke. Seam up on that occasion. Haven't seen many of that from the young man, but he beats Obis Pinar as that ball just skids on again. Just watch the wicket. Watch the way the ball plays off of it.
Yeah, there's something on-off if you're bowling that length on the surface. Even if you're bowling slightly outside the off stump, slightly, that's still okay. The moment you get closer to the batsman, it's just going to sail over the top. And that's what Rohan would want to avoid. He'd want to keep this over down to about 4 or 5 runs. Maybe get a wicket in the process.
Into the leg side. Just 1 run on offer there. Good start for Rohan Futke. That's why they've gone to him. He's someone who Dane Pete has turned to in the past when he's needed someone just to bowl those economical, tight overs, and he's doing so far here.
Four more deliveries to close out his spell. Rohan has already picked up 2 wickets. It'll be a huge achievement for himself and a relief for the team. If he can get 1 more here, could be either one, Aaron or Obis. He grabbed that with both hands, running in.
Hit down the ground. Dane Pete's there, but won't matter. That's going to be 6 runs. Far too wide, and far too easy. Aaron Jones is going to send that for 6 all day long and even tomorrow.
Once again, that 6 length, totally professional. The moment the ball was pitched up, Aaron Jones hits that one far and across. Another 6.
Pushed down the ground. It's better there from Rohan Futke. That's where you're going to want to operate, close to the body. Don't give up room. You're always attacking the stumps there.
Yeah, Dane was immediately looking up to Rohan and saying, target those pads, the thigh-high deliveries. That's what they want, not the ones under his head.
This one, it's sliced up into the air. Fielders converging. Not taken. Running back from covers. Will come back for a couple. It was a half chance, but Obis Pinar survives. And the Morrisville Raptors leave a chance begging.
Clement there running from backward of point, trying to grab that one, unable to get under. It was always going to be difficult to run back and hold that. Was probably a little better for the fielder coming in, but was too long for him as well. Utkarsh from the sweeper position.
Final delivery of this 15th over. Bowled him, the slower ball works, and Obis Pinar goes. There's a twist in the tail here for the Morrisville Raptors. No, has the bail not come off? No, it's just lit up. It's just lit up. Oh, it's agony. It's agony for the Morrisville Raptors.
That's rubbing salt into the injury. He was cock-a-hoop there. Rohan Futke was all up in the air, jumping. Unfortunately, the bail didn't come off. The score stays at 109 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 15.
No Dane Pete. No Dane Pete. Grab a bowl of Luxury Rice as you watch these last couple of overs here. It's an enticing, mouth-watering affair. And Jagadish into the attack. Does well there. Keeps it on a length away from Aaron Jones, who's looking to take advantage. Unable to do so.
Yeah, this match now is all in favor of the Atlanta Fire. Kartikeya Jagdish seeing Aaron Jones coming down the track, keeps it short, down to 1 run.
Cut into the gap. This has just been too easy for the Atlanta Fire. They found runs there all day, and they'll find 2 of them that time. Good running from the 2 experienced men in the middle.
Yeah, quick legs. Just to the right of the fielder, backward of point. Clement unable to dive and stop that one. 2 easy runs taken by Obis Pinar.
Again, we've seen him stop a couple of times. I think it's just that slight elevation we've seen on that end of the ground. And so it's interesting when right as you jump is when the pitch starts to just move up. Full punished. Can't bowl there. Cannot bowl there. Was always going to be a boundary. And Obis Pinar, he's having himself a field day against his former side.
You know, once again, the batsman looked like he got offended with the stoppage. Moment it was pitched up. Off she goes. Straight back into the side screen. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Good delivery, good googly that from Jagadish. Came back on Pinar rapidly. Yeah, it was good enough just to get a bit of bat to keep it away from stumps. This time, run through third man, no run on offer. Good comeback here from Jagadish after that initial boundary.
1 delivery left off his spell. Can he make an impact? Can he get a wicket here? Give the Raptors something in the last few overs.
Full again, into the air again, 6 again. Obis Pinar having himself a day, and Jagadish's struggles with the length continue. 6 more to the Atlanta Fire.
A tall batter there. The moment it's full, it's a repeat. A repeat of the shots that he's played so many times today. Up and over the in and out field. 6 more runs.
It'll close out that 16th over. It's 122 for 2. Just 23 runs left from 24 deliveries. It's the Fire's game to lose at this point. The Raptors have really let themselves down with ball in hand. And doesn't look like Dane Pete's going to come back with the ball either, as Leverage is walking towards the stumps and now is not walking. Dyer's now coming towards the bowling crease. Curious as to why Dane Pete hasn't given himself another over. Again, yes, 2 right-handers, but you're the premier strike bowler with all the experience. And now it looks like Dyer's held up as well. Trayvon Griffith with the ball in hand, talking to Obis Pinar. And now Dyer's coming. No, Leverage is coming. Confusion all around for the Morrisville Raptors. They're just out of sorts at the moment.
Obis also involving in the conversation. I'm sure it's not in the decision-making process. Something between Trayvon Griffith and Obis.
Yeah, it looked like a friendly little chat there. Trayvon Griffith saying, how you hit those shots down the ground. And again, how have you just come out of nowhere and played this type of inning? Aaron Jones, 44 from 26, and Obis Pinar, 36 from 24. And Leverage will be back into the attack. A packed leg side field for him. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Long on, a deep cover, and a deep third in for the man who was creating some trouble for Kenar Lewis. I think a bit of desperation here from Dane Pete, going to someone who was causing some problems.
Yeah, last throw of the dice for the Raptors. In reality, they need an extremely good spell from Dyer here and some miracle to save themselves.
Leverage into ball. Good delivery, good delivery. We've seen him troubling Kenar Lewis earlier with that similar length, that angle away, and starting off well to Aaron Jones.
Yeah, leverage there. I'm sorry, I said every Dyer sometime back. It's his first game, has made an impression. Can he make that impression even better, striking a couple of times?
Down the ground, Dane Pete there does really well. Was low to the ground. All hands involved in that stop. Saves a certain 3 runs.
It looked like it was going to take Dane Pete long to the boundary. It was hit so hard. But the man with so much experience, the skipper himself, knew the importance of stopping that one. Does it beautifully. A bunch of his students watching from right behind him. Very impressive.
Now we'll see what leverage can do again to Obis Pinar now. He's been so good on a length and has that angle away, some genuine pace here that could just trouble a set Pinar. Slower one, chipped well, gonna be 4. One bounced over the top, tried to go full, slowed it down, and Obis Pinar up to the task. He's been on another level today.
Same direction, but different elevation this time. Also the batter different. Obis Pinar hits it over his friend Dane Pete. One bounce into the fence for another boundary.
Dane Pete has now moved himself back, bringing third man up inside the circle. And for leverage, again, would have wanted that wicket. He's searching for his first wicket, his maiden wicket in minor league cricket. Yorks well, but Aaron Jones is off the mark quickly. That's smart, good running. It's good cricket all around. Good bowling, way to block it out from Obis Pinar, and Aaron Jones quick off the blocks.
Obis trying to use his feet. Leverage was equal to the task. Yorks him. The ball inside edges to the pads. Lies there on the turf. Aaron Jones, quick legs, goes across. Gets the run that he wanted.
Just 17 runs left for the Fire to go and get. The captain just 5 away from his 50. Obis Pinar 9 runs from the milestone. These two came in not in a spot of bother, but it was still anyone's game when they entered the crease. But now they've made it for sure that the Atlanta Fire are well ahead of the match. Leverage could change it all with a couple of wickets. Edged, dropped. Hansard Hamilton got glove to it, unable to take it. That was the moment. He had his man, Aaron Jones.
That's an effort delivery there from Leverage. Gets the outside edge. Hamilton making a mess of it. Trying to dive upwards. He was on his feet, but couldn't grab that one.
Yeah, Hansard Hamilton won't be too pleased with that. Neither is Leverage. And the Raptors, again, that was a moment. If that catch is taken, a new man enters the middle, it's still the Fire's game, but you just give yourself a sign of life. You have to take every opportunity, and I don't know if any more will come plenty easier than that. It's a very tough catch moving up and to your right, but you have to take those at this stage of the innings. One delivery to come. Down the leg side, it's wide, it's a freebie. And not going the Raptors' way at all at the moment.
Yeah, now needing just 14 runs in 3.1 overs. Leverage there. Clearly frustrated. Created the opportunity. Goes down. Probably one of the last opportunities that could have given them some sort of a chance in this game. And goes down. It's been that sort of a day. The ball hitting the stumps. Bail's not coming off. Edges not being taken.
Leverage, what he's hoping in his final delivery of the over. Pushed into the offside. Will pick up a single to close it out. A good over for the Atlanta Fire. 17 overs gone, 132 for 2. Everroy Dyer into the attack from the far end of the ground. Switching ends were the two Pacers. Started at the opposite ends, but we'll close it from these ends here. The far end for Dyer, and Aaron Jones 2 away from his 50 will be on strike. Obis Pinart 9 away. Both can do it. And the Fire 13 runs away from a certain victory now.
Neither of them would want a new batter coming in at this stage. All the risks that they were supposed to take have all been taken, and they have put themselves in a very, very strong position to win this one. Just 13 needed now of 3 overs.
Changing the field here is Dane Pete and the Raptors. Deep third, deep cover. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. We'll see what length Dyer elects to bowl. Looking to be innovative, and unable to do so. I think it's caught him on the helmet there, Aaron Jones. Really the first time we've seen him try to do anything like that. But second time we've seen the helmet being struck in today's match.
Yeah, immediate attention being given there. Aaron Jones, a couple boys running in, checking his health. A couple of Raptors also surrounding him, having a word with him to make sure that he's okay. Wants to try and finish this early, pick the gap in his mind very early, wanted to just help the ball with the pace. Failing to do that.
Good to see that he's okay, Aaron Jones. A lot of cricket left to be played for him, not just domestically, but internationally as well. So good to see that he's all right. Got back up in a hurry. It's always a good sign. Just wanting to take those extra precautions in the day and age of the concussion. We talk about, not just in cricket, but think about Damar Hamlin and what happened to him for the Buffalo Bills in the NFL, where he collapsed onto the field. So don't want to see any of those things happen. Good to see Aaron Jones up and okay. Full outside edge. It's away from third man. It could be the 50. Well done by Franklin Clement. It'll still be the 50 for Aaron Jones there. Good stop by Franklin Clement, but Aaron Jones, bat up. It's been a masterful knock from the Fire captain. He struggled coming into the day, but he's found rhythm, found flow, and found a half century for his side.
Slightly outside off stump with Offord. Probably the first one he's not played with complete authority. Flies off the outside edge, but he had the license to do that. There's no fielder behind point. Almost fled away to the boundary.
Again, an outside edge. Going to be away from Clement, who has just moved wider. It's where he just was. Finer. 4 runs for Aaron Jones. It's the Fire's day today. And the Fire well on their way. Just 7 runs left.
Another heave. The ball was wider. Threw his bat at it. Took the outside edge and flew away to third man. No chance for Clement. Into the fence. The ball goes and adds another 4 runs, taking them that much closer to victory.
Down the leg side, beats leverage, 4 more, 4 more, just 3 to win now. 3 to win, and Aaron Jones putting on an onslaught of boundaries to close out this match.
Yeah, this time Dyer completely missing his line, overcompensating. The ball goes down to the leg side. All he had to do was put bat on ball, and he did that so effectively, did Aaron Jones.
Could this be the winning moment? Just 3 to get. The Atlanta Fire would join the Lightning up top the table, and their net run rate would take a boost as well. Bowled him. Aaron Jones has been a good innings. Won't get the nod out to his name, but 58 from 35 with 3 4s and 4 6s to his name. It's been a captain's knock. A new man will have to come in, but Everroy Dyer, better late than never.
A needless shot, I would say. It goes completely across the line to a delivery that was fuller. Might have got a little bit of an inside edge, but the stumps rattled. Would have been amazing for him in the Atlanta Fire, for him to see it through, but that's not happening today. A well-played innings nevertheless. Ensured that the team got into a position from which they could not lose.
Yeah, captain's knock, truly of the highest caliber, will bring out one of the other leaders of the side, Jamar Hamilton. So explosive with the bat. Won't need to be today. Just 3 runs left to get. Plenty of time to do it. No chance for Obis Pinar to get himself a half century here today, but I wouldn't be surprised if Hamilton looks to play big straight up. Finishing it off in style. It's what Aaron Jones tried to do there. It's what the modern day cricketer loves to do, and Hamilton's someone who, a flamboyant character, would be willing to do something of the sort if given the opportunity. 3 runs left to get. Missed on it, missed the width on offer. It'll close out what has clinched the match for the Atlanta Fire. 18 overs gone, 142 for 3. Raynard leverage to continue. Bowling here in the 19th over. Just 3 runs to go get for the Atlanta Fire, and Obis Pinar can finish the job. He's 41 from 26, batting at a strike rate above 150. Just a classic vintage Pinar innings. Can he finish it off in style? Into the leg side, will pick up 1. Jamar Hamilton wants 2. Hamilton's quick. Is he quick enough? Oh, leverage had knocked over the bails anyway. Jamar Hamilton levels the scores with that quick running. And now just 1 run to get for Obis Pinar and the Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, leverage is bowled well right through the innings. If it's a little bit of a consolation, he'd want to pick up that first wicket in minor league cricket today. But the scores being level, the chances of that are slim and close to none. On that occasion, fuller delivery. The ball hit to the long on fielder. Seizing the opportunity, seeing the fielder coming in a little slower than an athletic one.
Here we go. 1 run to get for Obis Pinar. Pulls out of it. Does leverage. Runs all the way to Obis Pinar as well. A little bit of gamesmanship maybe there from Raynor leverage, easing the pain.
Yeah, making the fielder stay on the field just those couple of minutes longer. Does not want that winning moment to come too soon. Just trying to extend it. Scores level. All the fielders in. Leverage has been really very consistent. Bowled very well. He's going to run into Obis Pinar.
And finishes it off in style. It's Obis Pinar with a 6. And to add insult to injury, it's right over the top of that Raptors dugout out at the leg side region. Obis Pinar, it's a post-pounding win for him. 49 runs he'll finish off with. And a Fire win for the ages.
Yeah, it was always on the cards with the field in. Obis Pinar was always going to go over the top. Connects it well and truly for a big 6. And they take another victory, do the Fires. Morrisville Raptors will have to wait for another 8 to beat the Atlanta Fire in minor league cricket.
Just a clutch win. When the Fire needed it the most, they stepped up. And it was thanks to just the smart innings from Ken R. Lewis early, 26 from 25. And then Aaron Jones and Obis Pinar took the game away. 58 from 35 from Aaron Jones and an unbeaten 49 from 28 from Obis Pinar. A wicket for Everroy Dyer, 2 from Rohan Fudke. But it was all about the Atlanta Fire and what they did in today's match. They'll move to joint first place, and the net run rate will be interesting to look at as we continue through Labor Day in this minor league cricket weekend. We appreciate you so much for joining us here at the Paramveers Cricket Complex. For myself, Om Patel, for Shwethan Srinivasan, and for For our producer and director, Robert Begg, and the entire production team, we thank you for joining us, and we'll see you back here 10:30 tomorrow morning. Gets out rather quickly. This time again pulled, again away from the fielder. This time, though, is going to run all the way for 4 runs. Not a good start for Everroy Dyer, and Kennard Lewis has got bat on ball straight away. Falls down there. It's going to be wide for Leverage, and hopefully he's okay as well. It's a little tricky run up, a little elevation. Down the leg side, going to be 4. He was bowling so well, but he's eased the pressure there. It's a gift for a man of Kennard Lewis's caliber. Rishi Pandey into the leg side and greets Aditya Badala with a 6. Short, pulled, hello and goodbye. That one's gone. A welcome greeting for Kennard Lewis. Them the spot. Kennard Lewis down the ground, fielder there. Taken. A full toss. Can't do that. Cannot do that. Not to that man. Not to Aaron Jones. That was always going to find the boundary for 6. Far too easy. Now on strike. In the air. Gets it through cover. Will pick up 4 runs as well. This is the experience of Aaron Jones. All the talent. Important role to play here. In the air. Taken. What a catch that is. In the covers. It's Ryan Wiggins. And Rishi Pandey's got to go. Just looking to help it over the top. Jones, you're going to get punished. Into the leg side and gone. The gamble hasn't paid off so far for the Morrisville Raptors. Went back. Straight down the ground. Obis Bernard, that's huge. And the kids in the outfield get out the way because that's a massive 6 jumping right over the vehicle parked. This time over covers. That's huge. That's gone. That's 6. With on offer. Jones. This time stays in his crease, sends it deep and long. It's another 6 climbing the hill.
Hands running in.
Hit down the ground. Dane Pete's there, but won't matter. That's going to be 6 runs. Far too wide, and far too easy.
Under his head.
This one, it's sliced up into the air. Fielders converging. Not taken. Running back from covers. Will come back for a couple. It was a half chance, but Obis Pinar survived. Minor delivery of this 15th over. Boldham, the slower ball works, and Obis Pinar goes. There's a twist in the tail here for the Morrisville Raptors.
Something in the last few overs.
Full again, into the air again, 6 again. Obis Pinar having himself a day, and Jagadisha struggles with the length. Continue. Slower one, chipped well, gonna be 4. 1 bounce over the top, try to go full, slowed it down, and Obis Pinar up to the task. Couple of wickets. Edged, dropped. Hansard Hamilton got glove to it, unable to take it. That was the moment. Okay. Full outside edge, it's away from third man. It could be the 50. Well done by Franklin Clement. It'll still be the 50 for Aaron Jones there.
Fled away to the boundary.
Again, an outside edge. Going to be away from Clement, who has just moved wider. It's where he just was. Finer.
Closer to victory.
Down the leg side. Beats Leverage. 4 more. 4 more. Just 3 to win now. 3 to win. And Aaron Jones putting on an onslaught of boundaries to close out this match. Boldham. Aaron Jones has been a good innings. Won't get the nod out to his name, but 58 from 35. With 3 4s and 4 6s to his name. It's been a captain's knock. A new man will have to come in, and finishes it off in style. It's Obis Pinar with a 6. And to add insult to injury, it's right over the top of that Raptors dugout.
Brought to you by our 2023 partners.